Good Yontif, everyone. Shalom and Boker Tov. Welcome to the day of Yom Kippur, our favorite day of the entire year. I know it's not everyone's favorite day, but it's our rabbi's favorite day. This is the day where we're going to spend all day doing the deep work. We're going to open up our heart into the most beautiful prayers and melodies our tradition has to offer, fantastic and meaningful Torah readings and Haftarah, chance to hear Torah and to hold close all those who are not in this world, but we're going to bring them down from the other worlds and to be with us and pray with us on this Yom Kippur. Here, throughout the Jewish world and all places, our whole community is digging deep to do that work of tshuva, of repentance for ourselves and for the world. And we begin together on page 37 in our Mahzorim. We rise together to thank the Holy One for the basic elemental blessings of our life. Birchot HaShachar.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher natan lesech v'bina להבחין בין יום ובין לילה.
Amen. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher asani b'tzalmo.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam שעשני ישראל.
Amen. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam שעשני בן חורין.
ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם פוקח עברים.
Amen. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam מלביש ערומים.
ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם מתיר אסורים.
Amen. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam זוקף כפופים.
ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם רוקע הארץ על המים.
Amen. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam שעשה לי כל צורכי.
ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם המכין מצעדי כבד.
Amen. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam עושה ישראל בגבורה.
ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם עוטר ישראל בתפארה.
Amen. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam הנותן לאהב כוח. Remain standing, page 47.
ברוך שאמר העולם ברוך
עושה בראשים ברוך עושה מקיים ברוך מלכון זכתו מלך וחד ולמסנך בשמו ברוך המלך העולם רחם עמנו ושבח
יחיד כעולמים מלך משובח ומפורד יד שמו הגדול ברוך אתה אדוני מלך מעולל בתשבחות Continue on page 44 with Psalm 27, the traditional psalm for this season, about 8 lines down, where it says, Achat sha'alti, the one thing that we ask for. Of course, we ask for many, many things, but the one thing we ask for on Yom Kippur is the gift of being able to just be here, to sit in God's house, whether you are here in the Beth Meyer Sanctuary or you are in your own home joining us on live stream, just to be able to sit, to take in the power of our lives, the gift of a new year, and to experience the gift of God's presence here with us.
Timed Adonai ot avakesh, timed Adonai ot avakesh, shivdi ved Adonai Noam Adonai Ulvakerei Halom Lagazot Noam Adonai Ulvakerei Halom.
We continue now with Ozi V'Zimratya, page 65. Ozi V'Zimratya comes in the midst of singing the Song of the Sea, when we were redeemed from slavery from Egypt into freedom. And so this psalm is also a reminder to each one of us to think back on our year and the moments in which we experienced redemption, the moments in which we felt locked, chained, stuck in a narrow place, and yet realized at a certain point that we were free once again. Ozi v'zimratya va'ei li lishua. May the awareness of our freedom give us the strength and the courage to do the work of teshuvah. Amen. We take a deep breath as we prepare for Nishmat Kol Chai, the soul breath of every living being. Blesses God, page 67. Nishmat Kol Chai, Tivarech et Shimcha.
Nishmat Kol Chai, Tivarech et Shimcha, Adonai Eloheinu, Mahzor, Udamatzim, Udamatzim,
להודות לך, אדוני אלוהינו ואלוהי אבותינו ואימותינו, ולברך את שמך על אחת מאלף אלפי אלפים ורב רבות פעמים הטובות שעשית עם אבותינו ואבותינו ועמנו.
מצרים גדלנו.
האל התעצומות עוזך, הגדול בכבוד שמך, הגיבור לנצח, והנורא בנורותיך.
Continue at the top of page 69, beautiful melody of Hamelech.
לישרים נבדילה, בפי שנים תתרמם, ובדברי צדיקים תתפרח, ובלשון חסידים תתקדש, ובקרב קדושים תתעלה, ובמקלות רבבות עמך בית ישראל. להודות, להלל, לשבח, לפעל, לרומם, לדרך, לקלס, על כל דברי שירת ותשבחות.
דוד בן ישי. Please rise. Bottom 69. ישתבח שמך לעד מלכנו, מלך הגדול הקדוש בשמיים.
ברכות והודאות מעתה ועד עולם, ברוך אתה אדוני, אל מלך גדול בתשבחות, אל ההודאות אדוני נפלאות, הבוחר בשירי זמרה, מלך העולמים.
Amen. Bottom page 70.
יתקדש מרבה,
אמן.
נלמד דברי חירותי, ימליך מלכותי,
ויהור יומך,
ובחיי כל בית ישראל, בעגלה ובזמן קריב אמרו,
אמן. ישמר רבה מבורא, לעולם ומעניה יתברך.
וישתבח, ויתבהר, ויתרומם, וינשא,
ויתהדר, ויתעלה, ויתעלה,
שמר קודשה
בריחו,
לילה לילה מכל ברכתה ושירתה, תושבחתה ונחמתה, תמירן בעלמה ואמרו
Amen. Page 71, the Baruch.
ברכו את אדוני המבורך,
Baruch Adonai המבורך לעולם ועד.
ברוך אדוני המבורך לעולם ועד.
You may be seated, everyone.
We continue with the first blessing before the Shema, thanking God for the gift of creation, for light, for darkness, and for everything in between. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, hapotech lanu sharei rachamim umeir einei hamechakim li slichato. Yom חלום בורא את הכל, אור עולם ואוצר חיים, אור עוד מעופר, אמר ויהי.
Continue on page 72, and then on to page 75, focusing on the blessings of creation. קדוש קדוש, נעצמו מחץ כבודו, ברוך כבוד למקומו. Bottom page 75.
אור חדש על ציון תאיר, ונזכה כולנו לאורו. ברוך אתה אדוני, יוצר המאורות.
So, Chevra, prepare for Shema Yisrael on page 76. We bring our tzitziot together as one, just to the oneness of God. We symbolize that to our tying together our 4 tzitziot. And then we cover our eyes immediately into Shema Yisrael. This is the one time a year, not only we, of course, do Shema Yisrael out loud, but then we uncover our eyes and out loud chant Baruch Shem Kavod, that God is the ruler. So first 76, prayer of God's love and gratitude for God's love, into the Shema Yisrael. Ava Rabba Avtanu Nainu Hamla Gidorot Rachaman Rachim Rachim Lavi Niske Lishmo Lemo Lemeleshasad Dabekti Ben Zodechan Lavi Nishmo Lemo
קרבתנו לשמך הקדוש אל הבאמת, להודו לך ולהכירך באהבה, ברוך אתה אדוני, הבוחר בעמו ישראל באהבה.
ושיננתם לבניך ודיברת בם, בשבתך בביתך ולכתך בדרך, ושופרך וקומך, וקשרתם להיות על ידיך, והיו לתודבו בין עיניך, וכתבת על מזוזות ביתך וישערך. You quietly 77 to 78. Vayim Shemot, Tishmasay Shnochim, Lavadat Matam Sachem Beito, Tadi Sodom Shtachalitam Lehem, Chemak Shem, Namad Benech Anech. top of page 80.
תהילות לאל עליון ברוך הוא מבורך משה ומרים ובני ישראל לחנו שירה בשמחה רבה ואמרו כולם מי כמוך בנים אדוני מי כמוך נדר בקודש נורתי לו שיבחו גאולים לשמך שפתיה יחד כולם עוד וממליכו ואמרו אדוני לא לעולם
Please rise.
צור ישראל קומה בעזרת ישראל ופדתנו יהודה וישראל גואלנו אדוני צבאות שמו קדוש ישראל ברוך אתה אדוני גאל ישראל.
So carefully place our feet together and face east towards Yerushalayim, the ark as well. Pages 252 through 270 is the silent Amidah, or the Amidah we'll dive in together this morning. And it is long, so is Yom Kippur. That's part of the prayer ideas. The rabbis had wisdom behind this, okay? So not only is there a traditional standing prayer, we place our feet together and face east towards Jerusalem, but we offer the prayers. We additionally add our own beating of our chest, the Yeshamnu and Al-Chit prayers, and list them out. But as you go through, don't just go through the words, whether it's the Hebrew or English, let it penetrate, let it go through. So if you find there's something you really are, perhaps all of us have something we're struggling with. Maybe there's a relationship we're working on, whether it's a person who's here or maybe not here. Maybe it's the power beyond us we're working on, whatever it may be. All of us have made mistakes in the year, things we've done wrong. All of us, none of us is perfect. This is the time to use these prayers as a springboard. What in this prayer helps me to think? And so if you find yourself getting off exact page or what exact is listed, that's the point, guys. The point not to say every word, unless it's to say everything that's in your heart. So use the prayers as an opportunity. So we'll begin together from pages 252 for the first few prayers together through the Kedusha, and the rest will be silent prayers between you and the Holy One. Baruch Shemo
Eloheinu Eloi Avotenu Imotenu Eloi Abraham Elohei Yitzchak Elohei Yaakov Eloi Sarah
253. Zorenu lechaim, melech haaretz v'chaim. Zorenu lechaim, melech haaretz v'chaim. Ve'oreinu, ve'oreinu, ve'sever ha'chaim. Le'ma'cha, le'ma'cha, Elohim ha'chaim.
מלך עוזר ומושיע ובוקר ומושיע ומגן. ברוך אתה אדוני.
Baruch Shemo.
מגן אברהם ופוקד
Amen.
אתה גיבור לעולם אדוני, מחיים מתים, אתה רב להושיע.
ומהלכל חיים בחסד, וחיי מתים ורבים רבים, סומן נופלים ורוב ועולים, ומתיר אסורים, ומקיים אמונתו עבר.
מי כמוך בעל גבורות ומתו מלך, מלך ממית ומחיה ומצמיח ישועה. מי כמוך ברחמים זוכר צוריו, לחיים מרחמים ונאמן, אתה לחיות מתים. ברוך אתה אדוני.
ברוך שמו.
מחיי המתים.
Amen. Continue on page 257, the Kedusha.
ובכן ולך תעלה קדושה, כי אתה הוא אלוהינו, מלך מוחל וסולח, נעריצך ונקדישך, כסוציע שרפי קודש, המקדישים שמך בקודש, ככתוב על עמייך, וכרזה על זה מאמר,
קדוש, 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 אדוני זו, מלוך הארץ כבודו.
כבודו מלא עולם, משרתיו שואלים זה לזה, היה מקום כבודו, לעומתם ברוך יאמרו, ברוך כבוד אדוני ממקומו יפם ברחמים, ויחון המייחדים שמו ערב ובוקר, בכל יום תמיד, פעמיים ביעבר, שמה אומרים,
שמע ישראל, אדוני אלוהינו, אדוני אחד.
הוא אלוהינו, הוא אבינו מלכנו, הוא מושיענו, והוא ישמיענו, ברחמיו שנדלה לכל חי, להיות לכם לאלוהים.
אני אדוני אלוהיכם.
אדיר אדירנו, אדוני אדוננו, מה אדיר שמך בכל הארץ, והיה אדוני למלך על כל הארץ, ביום ההוא יהיה אדוני אחד ושמו אחד, ובדברי קודשך כתוב לאמור,
ימלוך אדוני לעולם, אלוהי ציון לדור ודור, הללויה.
לדור ודור נגיד גודלך, ונצח נצחים קדושתך נקדיש, בשבחך אלוהינו מפלאי ימוש, לעולם ועד, כי על מלך גדול וקדוש אתה. ברוך אתה אדוני,
ברוך שמו.
המלך הקדוש.
Amen. Continue silent prayer through page 270.
Shalom Aleinu ve'akol Yisrael ve'akol yoshvei tevel
We turn now to page 262 in our Mahzorim. Hear our voice, Adonai our God. Be kind and have compassion for us, willingly and lovingly accept our prayer. Shema Koleinu.
Shema Koleinu Adonai Eloheinu Chuz v'rachem aleinu v'kabel b'rachamim u'b'ratzon et tfilateinu Hashivenu Adonai elecha v'nashuva Hadesh Yameinu kekedem.
Turn to 263 on the left side of the page. Our God and God of our ancestors, forgive us, pardon us, grant us atonement. Let's read this together at the top. For we are your people, and you are our God. We are your children, and you are our parent. We are your servants, and you are our master. We are your congregation, and you are our portion. We are your heritage, and you are our destiny. We are your flock, and you are our shepherd. We are your vineyard, and you are our guardian. We are your creatures, and you are our creator. We are your spouse, and you are our beloved. We are your cherished ones, and you are near to us.
We are your
People, and you are sovereign. We are the ones you address, and you are the one to whom we speak. Ki anu amecha.
Ki
Anu amecha ve'ata Eloheinu. Anu amecha ve'ata Avinu. Anu avadecha ve'ata Adoneinu. Anu age'alecha ve'ata Chelkeinu. Anu nachlatecha ve'ata glora leinu. Anu atzonecha ve'ata roeinu. Anu achanecha ve'ata notreinu. Anu be'ulatecha ve'ata yotzreinu. Anu rayatecha ve'ata dodeinu. Anu segulatecha ve'ata kerubeinu. Anu amecha ve'ata malkeinu. Anu mamirecha ve'ata mamireinu. We rise together on page 264. We're going to recite both in English on the left side and in Hebrew. And we'll beat our chest to each one of the sins of Hashem. Together in English on 264. We abuse, we betray, we are cruel, we destroy, we embitter, we falsify, we gossip, we hate, we insult, we jeer, we kill, we lie, we mock, we neglect, we oppress, we pervert, we quarrel, we rebel, we steal, we transgress, we are unkind, we are violent, we are wicked, we are extremists, we yearn to do evil, we are zealous for bad causes. Hashamnu, baganu, gazalnu, dibarnu, dovi, זדנו, חמסנו, טבענו שקר, יעצנו רע, כיזבנו, לצנו, מרדנו, ניאצנו, שררנו, אבינו, פשענו, צררנו, קישינו, רב רשענו, שירתנו, תיעבנו, טעינו, תיתנו. We turn now to page 266 in the left side of the page. As noted last night, we will recite responsively. I'll be in the bold, Rabbi Jenny and the congregation in italics, and we say al chet shechatan lefanecha on just the last few lines of the specific sin responsively. I'll begin. Al chet shechatan lefanecha, unwillingly and willingly.
ועל החטא שחטאנו לפניך through hardening our hearts.
Al chet shechatan lefanecha, thoughtlessly.
ועל החטא שחטאנו לפניך in idle chatter.
Al chet shechatan lefanecha, through sexual immorality.
ועל החטא שחטאנו לפניך openly and in private.
Al chet shechatan lefanecha, knowingly and deceitfully.
ועל החטא שחטאנו לפניך by the way we talk.
Al chet shechatan lefanecha, by defrauding others.
ועל החטא שחטאנו לפניך in our innermost thoughts.
Al chet shechatan lefanecha, through forbidden trysts.
ועל החטא שחטאנו לפניך through empty confession.
Al chet shechatan lefanecha, by scorning parents and teachers.
ועל החטא שחטאנו לפניך purposely and by mistake.
Al chet shechatan lefanecha, by resorting to violence.
ועל החטא שחטאנו לפניך by public desecration of your name.
Al chet shechatan lefanecha, through foul speech.
ועל החטא שחטאנו לפניך through foolish talk.
Al chet shechatan lefanecha, through pursuing the impulse to evil.
ועל החטא שחטאנו לפניך wittingly and unwittingly.
Together, for all these sins, forgiving God, forgive us, pardon us, grant us atonement. Through denial and deceit.
ועל החטא שחטאנו לפניך by taking bribes.
Al chet shechatan lefanecha, by clever cynicism.
ועל החטא שחטאנו לפניך by speaking ill of others.
Al chet shechatan lefanecha, by the way we do business.
ועל החטא שחטאנו לפניך in our eating and drinking.
Al chet shechatanu lefanecha, by greed and oppressive interest.
ועל החטא שחטאנו לפניך through arrogance.
Al chet shechatan lefanecha, in everyday conversation.
ועל החטא שחטאנו לפניך through conspiratorial glances.
Al chet shechatan lefanecha, through condescension.
ועל החטא שחטאנו לפניך through stubbornness.
Together, for all these sins, forgiving God, forgive us, pardon us, grant us atonement. By throwing off all restraint.
ועל החטא שחטאנו לפניך by rashly judging others.
Al chet shechatan lefanecha, by plotting against others.
ועל החטא שחטאנו לפניך through selfishness.
Al chet shechatan lefanecha, through superficiality.
ועל החטא שחטאנו לפניך through stubbornness.
Al chet shechatan lefanecha, by rushing to do evil.
ועל החטא שחטאנו לפניך through gossip.
Al chet shechatan lefanecha, through empty promises.
ועל החטא שחטאנו לפניך through baseless hatred.
Al chet shechatan lefanecha, by betraying trust.
ועל החטא שחטאנו לפניך by succumbing to confusion.
Together,
For all these sins, forgiving God, forgive us, pardon us, grant us atonement. Ve'al kulam Elohaz lichos lanu me'alanu havelanu. We turn now to page 271, remain standing as the ark is opened for Avinu Malkeinu. Responsively on page 271 on the left. Avinu Malkeinu, we have sinned in your presence. Avinu Malkeinu, we have no sovereign but you.
Avinu Malkeinu, act toward us kindly in accord with your name.
Avinu Malkeinu, make this a good new year for us.
Avinu Malkeinu, annul every harsh decree against us.
Avinu Malkeinu, nullify the designs of our foes.
Avinu Malkeinu, frustrate the plots of our enemies.
Avinu Malkeinu, rid us of every oppressor and adversary.
Avinu Malkeinu, rid your covenanted people of disease, war, hunger, captivity, and destruction.
Avinu Malkeinu, forgive and pardon all our sins.
Avinu Malkeinu, do not look toward our sins and transgressions, blot them out.
Avinu Malkeinu, return us to your presence fully penitent.
Avinu Malkeinu, send complete healing to the sick among your people.
Avinu Malkeinu, remember us favorably.
Avinu Malkeinu, inscribe us for good in the book of life.
Avinu Malkeinu, inscribe us in the book of redemption.
Avinu Malkeinu, inscribe us in the book of sustenance.
Avinu Malkeinu, inscribe us in the book of merit.
Avinu Malkeinu, inscribe us in the book of forgiveness. Avinu Malkeinu, cause our salvation to flourish soon.
Avinu Malkeinu, cause your people Israel to be exalted.
Avinu Malkeinu, raise up your anointed with strength.
Avinu Malkeinu, hear our voice, be kind, sympathize with us.
Avinu Malkeinu, accept our prayer willingly and lovingly.
Avinu Malkeinu, do not turn away us empty-handed.
Avinu Malkeinu, remember that we are but dust.
Avinu Malkeinu, have compassion for us, our infants and our children.
Avinu Malkeinu, do this for the sake of those who were martyred for your holy name.
Avinu Malkeinu, do this for the sake of those who were slaughtered for their exclusive devotion to you.
Avinu Malkeinu, do this for the sake of those who went through fire and water to sanctify your holy name.
Avinu Malkeinu, do this for your sake, if not for ours.
Together, Avinu Malkeinu, have mercy on us, answer us, for our deeds are insufficient. Deal with us charitably and lovingly, and redeem us.
Avinu Malkeinu, Avinu Malkeinu, Avinu Malkeinu, Choneinu v'aneinu, Yehanu asim, Aseh imanu, Tzedakah v'chesed, Aseh imanu, Tzedakah v'chesed, v'hoshienu, Avinu Malkeinu, Avinu Malkeinu, Avinu Malkeinu, Choneinu v'aneinu, ki imanu ma'asim, Aseh imanu, Tzedakah v'chesed, Aseh imanu, Tzedakah v'chesed, v'hoshienu. Shekor. Maybe seated, everyone. Kaddish Shalem 272. Yitkadash
Ve'yikadash ve'rava ve'alma nirayrodeh limalchodeh ve'ha'egon v'yom echad ha'egon ha'eva agala v'zman garib ve'yeruah ve'ameh Shemoneh Roma ve'itnaseh ve'yitada ve'yitale ve'yitala berihu le'ela le'ela ego tavashirata tushmechata ve'nechemata miram v'alma v'imru amen titkabel lo'otod vo'otod necho Yisrael kamu avuhon Shalom Rabba mi Shemaya ve'Ako Yisrael ya 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 Oseh shalom bimroma.
Yaseh
Shalom aleinu, ya, 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 Yisrael Imru. Amen. Yefeh. Okay, Chevra, we're now on page 274 for taking out of the Torah on this Yom Kippur. The excitement of being together. Many of us back for the first time in a few years here. We also welcome all those who is your first year in Raleigh, North Carolina, perhaps at Beth Meyer. We are so glad to have you with us to celebrate Yom Kippur together. We know it's maybe a little different than what you experienced in your other congregations or other experiences. We're glad you are here. I want to make a special call out to this moment of open the Torah to those people during the past few years of COVID, during COVID, converted to Judaism and joined our people during this unbelievably challenging time. Some people joined our people almost exclusively with Zoom experiences and live stream, at least at first. The commitment to be like Abraham and Sarah is so unbelievably admirable. We welcome you as well. We're so glad to have you here and celebrating. And those still on the journey, we're honored to have you here and look forward to you to finish your journey, God willing, in the upcoming year. So with that, we celebrate the Torah, we honor the Torah, we receive the Torah. Page 274, Ein Kamocha.
Ein kamocha Elohim Adonai ve'en k'maasecha
Ma'alonecha
malchut kol olamim
u'enshanecha
b'chol dor v'dor
Adonai melech Adonai malach Adonai imloch le'amoed. Please rise. Le'amo yitein Adonai malech Le'amo v'shalom Avarami Hetiva v'tzonecha et Zion Tivnei Omo Yerushalayim Ti'ela levad v'tavno Melech Eram v'nisa Adon
olamim Vayehi bimso Aharon vayomer Moshe
Adonai ve'yavotzu oyevecha ve'yanusu misanecha mipanecha ki v'tzion tetzeh Torah ki
v'tzion tetzeh Torah u'devar Adonai
Yerushalayim Baruch Shenatan Torah Torah Baruch Shenatan Torah Torah Le'amo Yisrael V'kedushato Adonai Adonai Erachum ve'hanon Erech Apayim Verach Chesed ve'emet Nozeh Chesed le'alavim Nozeh Avam v'pesha Ve'ata v'nageh Adonai Adonai Erachum ve'hanon Erech Apayim Verach Chesed ve'emet Nozeh Chesed le'alavim Nozeh Avam v'pesha Ve'ata v'nageh Adonai Adonai Erachum ve'hanon Erech Apayim Verach Chesed ve'emet Nozeh Chesed le'alavim Nozeh Avam v'pesha Ve'ata v'nageh.
Shema Yisrael Adonai
Shema Israel, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai
Echad Eloheinu, Gadol Adonenu, Kadosh v'nora Shemo.
Echad Eloheinu, Gadol Adonai. Turn towards the ark, guys. Kadosh v'nora Shemo.
Gadol Adonai
Nice job,
iti. Lecha Adonai Hagedura, Hagevura,
Tiferes ve'anetzav ve'ahod, Kichol v'shamayim u'va'aretz, Kichol v'shamayim u'va'aretz. Lecha Adonai hamamlacha ve'amin ha'aseh lechol Rosh. Lecha Adonai hagedula, hagevura ve'atiferet ve'anetzach ve'ahod, kichol v'shamayim u'va'aretz, kichol v'shamayim u'va'aretz. Lecha Adonai hamamlacha ve'amin ha'aseh lechol Rosh. Remembrance Eloheinu v'shachar v'nadam raglav kadoshu. Remembrance Eloheinu v'shachar v'nehar kodsho. Ki kadosh Adonai Eloheinu. Ya da da da, ya la la la, ya da da da. Ya da da da, ya la la, ya da da da. Ya la 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 la, ya la 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 la, ya la 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 da da. Ya da da, ya la 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 la, ya la 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 la, ya la 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 la. Ya da da da. Ya la la la, ya da da da. Ya da da da, ya la ya da da da. Ya la la la, ya la la ya la la la, ya la 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 la. Ya da da, ya la la la, ya la la la, ya la la la. Ya da da da, ya la la la, ya la ya da. Ya da da ya, ya da ya, ya da da. Ya la la la, ya la la. Ay da ya, la 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 la. Ya la la la, ya la la. Ay da ya la la la. Ya la la la, ya la ya la. Ya la la, ya la ya la. Ya la la la, ya la la. Ya la la la. Ya la la la, ya la la. Ay da ya la la la. Ya la la. Great job, man. Good job, man. May I be seated, everyone?
So this morning's Torah reading is all about the ritual of atonement that was carried out in ancient times by Aaron, the high priest. And it involves goats and incense and animal blood and mysterious curtains. And behind these curtains, the high priest would atone first for himself, and then his family, and then the entire community. But of course, for us, atonement looks a lot different. No dead animals, thankfully. No secret rituals behind the curtain. And while Rabbi Eric and I are here to hold space for our collective prayer, each one of us is ultimately on our own. Atonement is the spiritual work that belongs to every single one of us. And we can understand its meaning in many different ways, but above all, for me, it's about the journey home. It's about refinding ourselves, our essential nature, our essential purpose, our essential journey. And it's not to be found out there somewhere, not in the eyes of others, but right here in our own hearts and minds, buried under cultural conditioning, other people's opinions, and inaccurate stories we have carried around with us for too long, lives the true me at home in myself. And coming home is a process of remembering who we were before the last year got its hands on us. But this home we live in, these bodies, these lives, never affords us true security and safety from all harm. Our journey home is not about building a visible or invisible structure in which we can batten down the hatches and declare ourselves safe and accounted for once and for all. Coming home is a process of inner excavation, of unlearning and relearning. The world will tell us that we are all kinds of things. Today is a day we focus our attention on remembering who we really are. And so you can follow along with our Torah reading on page 278.
Yasher Koach, beautiful job. Page 278, we begin with our Torah reading for Yom Kippur. And for our first Aliyah, we call for Michelle and Burton Horwitz. Vayazor v'agim v'shiosim bo v'namar amein hakol havu godol le'eloheinu kavod la'Torah yamdu. Baruch Avadia ben Sar Devor of Avram HaKohen, Umiro bat Moshe v'tzipora al Aliyah Rishona, Baruch Shetan Torah Moise b'rishato, v'atem advikim Adonai Elohechem chayim hayom.
Baruch Hu et Adonai Hamvarach,
Baruch Adonai le'olam v'ed.
Adonai Hamvarach le'olam v'ed. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech olam, Asher bochar banu mikol ha'amim, v'nosan lanu es toraso. Baruch atah Adonai nosein ha'torah.
Amen. Vayidaber Adonai el Moshe acharei mot shnei bnei Aharon bekarvatam lifnei Adonai vayamutu vayomer Adonai el Moshe daber el Aharon ahicha V'al yavo b'chol et el hakodesh mi beit la parochet el penei hakaporet asher al ha'aron v'lo yamut ki be'anan era'e al hakaporet b'zot yavo Aharon el hakodesh b'far ben bakar l'chatat Va'ayil le'olah, ketonet bad kodesh yilbash, u'michnasei vad yihayu al bisaro, uva'avnet bad yachgor, uvmitznefet bad yitznof, bigdei kodesh heim virachat b'mayim, et bisaro u'levesham, Umet adat b'nei Yisrael yikach shnei seirei izim lechatat va'ayil echat leolah v'hikriv Aharon et par hachatat asher lo v'chiper ba'ado uva'ad beito.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech olam asher nosan lanu Torah emes v'chayei olam notah b'sochenu. Baruch atah Adonai nosein haTorah.
Amen. Beautiful job, Bird. Michelle, you fit. Tov, we now call for our second Aliyah, page 279, the Hubbles, Robert and Elaine. Yamdu Ruvain ben Yosef Shoshana, Vester Chana bat Zev Natan Vesarita Aliyah Shenit.
Baruch et Adonai Hamborach.
Baruch Adonai Leolam Vaed.
Baruch Adonai Borach Leolam Vaed. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher bachar banu mikol ha'amim. Et Torato Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen. V'lakach et shnei haseirim v'he'emid otam lefnei Adonai petach ohel moed v'natan Aharon al shnei haseirim goralot goral echad la'Adonai v'goral echad la'Azazel. V'higriv Aharon et hasair asher Allah alav hagora l'Adonai v'yasahu chatat v'hasair asher Allah alav hagora la'azazel ya'omad chai lifnei Adonai lechaper alav L'shalach oto la'azazel hamid bara v'higriv Aharon et par hachatat asher lo v'chiper ba'ado uva'ad beito v'shachat et par hachatat asher lo.
Steve, beautiful.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher natan lanu Torah emet chayei olam nata b'tochenu. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Elaine Shekach. Tov, our third Aliyah, we're honored to invite Leah Gardner forward as our Daniel Statisky Memorial Aliyah honoree. The third Aliyah can be found at the bottom, middle, page 279. Tamud Leil bat Avram v'Sara Aliyah Shlishit.
Baruch et Adonai Hamvorach.
Baruch Adonai Borach Leolam Vaed.
Baruch Adonai Hamvorach Leolam Vaed. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher bachar banu mikol ha'amim v'natan lanu et Torato. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen.
Amen. ולקח מלוא מחתה, כך להשמיע למזבח מלפני אדוני, ומלוא חופניו כתורת סמים דקה, והביא מבית לפרוכת, ונתן את הקטורת על האש לפני אדוני, וכיסנן הקטורת את הכפורת אשר על העדות ולא ימות, ולקח מדם הפר וישא באצבעו על פני הכפורת קדמה, ולפני הכפורת יעשה 7 פעמים מן הדם באצבעו, ושחט את שעיר החטאת אשר לעם, והביא את דמו אל וכיבד לפרוכת, ועשה את עמו כאשר עשה לדם הפר, ויזע אותו על הכפורת ולפני הכפורת, וכיפר על הקודש מטומאות מבני ישראל ומפשעיהם לכל חטאותם, וכן יעשה לאוהל מועד השוכן איתם בתוך טומאותם. וכל אדם לא יהיה באוהל מועד בבוא לכפר בקודש עד צאתו, וכיפר בעדו ובעד ביתו ובעד כל קהל ישראל.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher natan lanu Torah temet v'hayei olam natabotenu. Baruch atah Adonai noten Haftarah.
Amen. We're so proud of you. It's beautiful. Thank you for your service. Our fourth Aliyah. We now continue on page 280. And the Aliyah is... No, all the Naomi and Ken Kramer religious school teachers come forward. Nachon is a yofi. I was just making sure it was clear. Yamdu kol hamarim v'amorod shel bet sefer. Is a yofi. This is so sweet. Our teachers mean the world for the fourth Aliyah. We'll take that one talit and we'll put it there. Jordan, we'll put it down. You find your spot. And we'll share the seat. Okay. Can you guys kind of come around maybe a little bit? Okay. Here, not much. Come a little bit. Here, come. You can stand by. You share with me here. Here, now. Okay, are we ready? Baruch Adonai Borah le'olam va'ed.
Baruch Adonai Borah le'olam va'ed. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, asher bacha banu mikol ha'amim, v'natan lanu et Torato. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen.
Amen. V'hizah et al hamizbeah asher lifnei Adonai v'kiper alav.
Okay, it's okay. Jay, why don't you come over here for a second?
Midam hapar umidam hasair v'natan al karnot hamizbeah saviv v'hizah alav min hadam v'etzba'o sheva pe'amim v'tiharo v'kosho mitumo b'nei Yisrael v'hilah mehaper et hakodesh v'edohel moed v'et hamizbeah v'higriv et hasir hehai v'samah Aharon et shetei yadav al Rosh haseir hahai v'vaot al v'hifada alav et kol avonot b'nei Yisrael v'et kol pisheihem leho hatotam v'natan otam al Rosh hasair v'shilah b'dishiti hamidbara v'nasa hasair alav et kol avonot el eretz gezeh et kol avonotam el eretz gezerah v'shilah et hasair bamidbar uvo Aharon Elohel moed ufashat et bigdei habad asher lavash b'va'o el hakodesh v'niham sham v'rahatz et basharo b'mayim b'makom V'yatsa et olato ve'zolat ha'am v'hiper be'ato
Shekoah, Jordan, beautiful. Shekoah. We're so proud of our youth here. Awesome. Okay, find her spot for the next reader. With our teachers. Okay.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher natan lanu Torah emet v'chayei olam natan b'tochenu Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Shekoah. We're so proud and grateful to our teachers and helpful, perfect with Aliyah, with some read so beautifully. Shekoah. Awesome. We turn next to our fifth Aliyah. We invite Jim and Brian to come forward for the Aliyah. Yamdu Yaakov ben Avram v'Sara, uVinyamin ben Mordechai uMeira, l'Aliyah Chamishit. So our fifth Aliyah found on the top of 281.
Jordan, will you just come back?
Jordan. Okay, I'm going to find your spot real quick.
Got it.
Okay, we got it. Okay, yeah, we got it. All right.
Baruch hu et Adonai hamvorach.
Baruch Adonai Barak le'olam va'ed.
Baruch Adonai hamvorach le'olam va'ed. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher bachar banu mikol ha'amim v'natan lanu et Torato. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen.
Amen. Ve'ed helev ha'atat yaktir hamizbecha v'hamishalei hasa'ir la'azazel yechabes begadav v'rachat b'saro b'amayim v'yaharechen yavo el hamachaneh ve'ed par ha'atat ve'ed se'ir ha'atat asher huva et amam l'chaper b'kodesh yotzi amihutz machaneh v'sarfu va'esh et erotam v'besaram v'pirsham v'hasaref otam yechabes begadav v'rachat b'saro b'amayim v'yaharechen yavo el machaneh v'haita lahem l'hukat olam b'hodesh hashvi'i v'asur b'hodesh te'anu et nafshotechem v'chol melacha lo te'asu ha'ezra v'hager hagar b'tochechem ki vayom hazeh yechaper lechem l'tacher etchem mikol hatotechem lifnei Adonai titharu.
Shekoah. Talia, beautiful. Shekoah. Just hold your spot. Next reader, Talia, okay?
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher natan lanu Torah emet v'chayei olam nata b'tochenu. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen.
Shekoah. Beautiful, beautiful. So we now turn to our sixth Aliyah for the Abram Kenoff Memorial Aliyah. Nachon. And that honoree is Ellen Adelman. Wonderfully well-deserved. We can continue now the sixth Aliyah, the middle of page 281, middle bottom of 281.
Baruch hu et Adonai hamvorach.
Baruch Adonai Barak le'olam va'ed.
Baruch Adonai hamvorach le'olam va'ed. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher bachar banu mikol ha'amim v'natan lanu et Torato. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen.
Amen. Shabbat, Shabbaton, hilachem v'initem et nafshotechem. Chukat olam וכיפר הכהן אשר ימשך אותו, ואשר ימלא את ידו לכהן תחת אביו, ולבש את בגדי הבד, בגדי הקודש, וכיפר את מקדש הקודש, ואת אוהל מועד, ואת המזבח יכפר, ועל הכהנים, ועל כל עם הקהל יכפר. והייתה זאת לכם לחוקת עולם, לכפר על בני ישראל מכל חטאותם אחת בשנה, ויעש כאשר ציווה אדוני את משה.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher natan lanu Torah emet v'chayei olam nata b'tochenu. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen. Beautiful Ellen. We now invite all to please rise. We're going to offer a prayer for healing, a Misha Berach. And we invite you, as Rabbi Jenny primarily leads the prayer, for you to hold in your hearts all those that are in need of healing. Jenny mentioned earlier in the family service, we've been through so much, both externally with COVID, we still are facing, sadly, and others challenges, as well as internally. There are things and challenges that we all face in our soul. So those we see and don't see, we want to hold all those in our prayers in our community, in our country, in the world, who are suffering from challenges with this Misha Berach.
Misha Berach, Avotenu Abraham, Yitzchak, Yaakov, Imotenu Sarah, Rivka, Rachel, Leah, Hu yevarech et kol hacholim. V'yasir mehem kol machala, v'yirpa lechol gufam, v'yislach lechol havonam, v'yishlach bracha v'atzlacha b'chol maseh yedehem, im kol Yisrael achehem ve'achotehem v'nomar Amen. May the one who blessed our ancestors Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah, bless all who are ill and remove from them any sickness, heal their bodies, forgive their transgressions, send blessing and good fortune to all the work of their hands, as well as to all their brothers and sisters, the people of Israel. Let us say together, Amen. El na refana la, el na refana la, el na refana la, revuah shelema. El na refana la, el na refana la, el na refana la, revuah shelema. Remain standing for Chatzi Kaddish. יתגדל ויתקדש שמי רבה, יאמר דברה חירותי והמליך מלכותי, והייהוד אוב יום אחד, אוחי לכו בית ישראל, בעגלה, ובזמן גרים דמרו אמן, יש שמי רבה מבורך, לעולם ועמיה יתברך וישתבח ויתבר וירמם ויתנשא ויתהדר ויתעלה ויתהלל שמר קודשה בריחו לילה מכל ברכתה ושירתה תושבחתה ונחמתה גם מהירן בימה ומרוח. Amen. We now
lift and dress the first Sefer Torah with Steve and Jody coming forward. Yamod Yisrael ben Hillel v'Shurivka, Magbia Sefer Rishon Tamod Yudid bar Avram v'Sara, Kolelet Sefer Rishon, Vezot HaTorah, Sher Sam Moshe, Livnei Bnei Yisrael al Adonai B'yad Moshe. Maybe seat everyone. Continue on page 282 at the bottom with the Maftir Aliyah. We invite Sharon Mills to come forward. Let's see her Hebrew name. Tamod Sharon bat Chaim Udvora la Maftira.
Baruch Hu Adonai Hamvarah.
Baruch Adonai Barah Leolam Vaed.
Baruch Adonai Baruch Leolam Vaed. Baruch Atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher bachar banu mikol ha'amim v'natan lanu et Torato. Baruch Atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen. Amen. Uvasu lachodesh השביעי הזה מקרא קודש יהיה לכם וניתם את נפשותיכם כל מלאכה לא תעשו והקרבתם עולה לאדוני ריח ניחוח Ben bakar echad ayil echad kivasim nation nashivat temimim yeyu lachem Umin hatam solet belulav hashamen Shemoneh Esrei lapar Shemoneh Esrei la'ayil ha'echad Isarohun la'heves ha'echad Leshivat ha'kivasim Seir izim echad chatat milvad chatat hakipurim ve'olad hatamin umin chatat v'nizkehem.
Mishkoyach, Susan. Beautiful.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher natan lanu Torah emet v'chayei olam nata b'tochenu Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen. Shekov. We now rise again for the second Sefer Torah to be lifted by Craig and Stacy Besher. Yamod Chaim ben Shlomo v'Leaser v'Sora Maria bat Mordechai v'Chaya legolelet Sefer Hashini d'Magbia Sefer Hashini. There we go, baby. Asher Sam Moshe Livnei Bnei Yisrael B'yad Moshe.
So here we are, we're mid-morning Yom Kippur, the holiest day of the year. Most of us are fasting from dinner last night, and we may be starting to feel a little bit hungry or thirsty, but we're hanging in there. This morning's Haftarah, which we're about to read, picks up on the kind of fast that God truly desires. But know this, fasting on Yom Kippur is not as obvious as one might think. Nowhere in the Torah does it explicitly command it. Instead, the verses teach us to afflict ourselves without defining the nature of this affliction. I guess as a Jewish people, to keep us from food is the greatest definition of affliction, but it is not abundantly clear from the Torah. So how does afflicting ourselves through fasting help us do teshuvah? Many assume that fasting is a kind of form of self-punishment, a way of balancing the scales for overindulgence or rule breaking. But I do not think so. For me, this understanding doesn't truly lend itself to true and lasting personal growth and psychological transformation, which is what we're after on Yom Kippur. The Talmud alludes to another approach that I find more helpful. In the section dealing with fasting in the Talmud, the rabbis note that Yom Kippur is referred to as a Shabbat Shabbaton. It's like the biggest Shabbat, the biggest day of rest. And from this perspective, when we abstain from eating and drinking, we're actually taking a Shabbat, a kind of rest or pause from these activities. And the discomfort that we feel on Yom Kippur is not actually a direct consequence of abstaining from physical pleasure of eating and drinking, but rather from the psychic pain of having made mistakes. And when we act in ways that betray our inner goodness or contradict the essence of who we really are. And so while that kind of pain is always present normally, when we eat and we drink and we do other pleasurable things in life, it's easy to cover that up. But today we take a pause on those activities so that we can just feel. And sometimes that feeling can be unpleasant. So this is the kind of affliction, ultimately, whether you're fasting or you're not fasting, that I think God wants from us and that we hear about in our Haftarah this morning. The kind of fast that isn't about some kind of grand win of our will to not eat, but rather the kind of fast that allows us to feel the fullness of our yearning for tshuva and ultimately change and make our lives and make the world a better place. So we're going to continue with the Haftarah, page 284.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher bachar b'nviim tovim v'ratza divrehem hane'emarim be'emet. Baruch atah Adonai, habacher b'Torah, u'Moshe avdo, u'Yisrael amo, u'vinvi'eh ha'emet v'tzedek.
Amen.
V'amar solu solu panu darech, harimu mikshol miderech ami, ki cho amar ram v'nisa, shochein ad v'kadosh shemo, marom v'kadosh eshkon, ve'edaka ushval ruach, L'hachayot ruach shefalim, L'hachayot lev nikayim. Ki lo le'olam ariv, ve'lo la'netzach ektzov, ki ruach milfanai ya'atov, unshamot ani asiti, bavon pitzo, katzavti va'akehu haster vektzov, vayelech shovav b'derech libo, Torachav ra'iti ve'erpaehu, v'anchehu, va'ashalem nichumim, lo v'la'avelav, borei niv sefatayim, shalom, shalom, larachok v'lakarov, amar Adonai urfativ. V'harashaim kayam nigrash, ki hashked lo yuchal, v'yigrashu meimav refesh vatit. Ein shalom, amar Elohai l'rashaim. Kirav v'garon al tachsoch, kashofar harem kolecha, v'haged lami pisham, Oved Yaakov chatotam, v'oti yom yom yidroshun, v'da'at derachai yechbatzun, kegoy asher tzedaka asa, u'mishpat Elohav lo azav, yishaluni mishpatei tzedek, kirvat Elohim yechbatzun. Lama tamnu v'lo ra'ita, ininu nafshenu v'lo teda, ein b'yom tzomechem timtzu chefetz, v'chol atzavechem tingosu. Ein l'riv u'matzah tatzumu, ul'hakot be'egrov resha, lo tatzumu chayom, Hashmiya b'marom kolachem, hachazeh yiyetzom evcharehu yom, anot adam nafsho, halachov ke'agmon rosho, v'sak va'efer yatzia, halazeh tikratzom, ve'yom ratzon l'Adonai. Halazeh tzom evcharehu, pateach hartzubot resha, hater agudot motah, v'shalach ritzutzim chofshim, v'chol motah tenateku. Halo faros la'ra'ev lachmecha, va'aniyim merudim ta'vivayit, ki tireh arom v'chisito, u'mibasaracha lo titalam. Az yibaka kashachar orecha, va'aruchatecha mehera titzmach, v'halach lefanecha tzidkecha, kevod Adonai ya'asfecha. Az tikrav Adonai ya'aneh, tishava ve'yomar hineni, im tasir mitochacha motah, shelach etzba v'daber aven. V'tafek la'ra'ev nafshecha, ונפש נענה תשביע, וזרח בחושך אורך, ואפלתך כצהריים. ונכח אדוני תמיד, והשביע בצחצחות נפשך, ועצמותיך יחליץ, והיית כגן רבה, וכמצא מים, אשר לא יכזבו מימיו. ובנו ממך חורבות עולם, מוסדי דור ודור תקומם. וקורא לך גודי פרץ, משובב נתיבות לשבת. אם תשיב משבת רגליך, הסוד חפצך ביום קודשי. וקראת לשבת עונג, לקדוש אדוני מכובד, וכיבדתו מעשות דרכיך, ממצוא חפצך ודבר דבר. אז תתענג על אדוני, והרכבתיך על במותי ארץ, והאכלתיך נחלת יעקב אביך, כי פי אדוני דיבר. ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם, צור כל העולמים, צדיק בכל הדורות, היה הנאמן האומר ועושה, המדבר ומקיים, שכל דבריו אמת וצדק. נאמן אתה הוא אדוני אלוהינו, ונאמנים דבריך, ודבר אחד מדבריך, אחור לא ישיב ריקם, כי המלך נאמן ורחמן אתה. ברוך אתה אדוני, האל הנאמן בכל דבריו.
אמן.
רחם על ציון כי היא בית חיינו, ולעלובת נפש תושיע במהרה בימינו. ברוך אתה אדוני, ושמח ציון בבניה.
אמן.
שמחנו אדוני אלוהינו באליהו הנביא עבדך, ובמלכות בית דוד משיחך, במהרה יבוא ויגל ליבנו. על כיסו לא ישב זר ולא ינחלו עוד אחרים את כבודו, כי בשם קודשך נשבעת לו, שלא יכבה נרו לעולם ועד. ברוך אתה אדוני, מגן דוד.
אמן.
על התורה ועל העבודה ועל הנביאים ועל יום הכיפורים הזה, שנתת לנו אדוני אלוהינו, למחילה ולסליחה ולכפרה, לכבוד ולתפארת. על הכל אדוני אלוהינו אנחנו מודים לך ומברכים אותך, יתברך שמך בפי כל חי תמיד לעולם ועד, ודברך אמת וקיים לעד. ברוך אתה אדוני מלך מוחל וסולח לעוונותינו, לעוונות עמו בית ישראל, ומעביר אשמותינו בכל שנה ושנה. מלך על כל הארץ, מקדש ישראל ביום הכיפורים.
Amen. Shekach, Sharon, kol hakavod. Beautiful job. We now turn in our Mahzorim to the prayers for our country and prayers for the state of Israel on page 288 and 289. I invite all to please rise. I invite Steve Beres to come where I am standing here. Our country now, as in all times, is in need of prayers of peace and shalom between citizens, that we can disagree and love each other even through our disagreements and remind ourselves of the great values which our country stands. Page 288.
Our God and God of our ancestors, with mercy accept our prayer on behalf of our country and its government. Pour out your blessings upon this land, upon its leader, its judges, officers, and officials who are devoted in good faith to the needs of the public. Instruct them with the laws of your Torah and help them understand your rules of justice, so that peace and security, happiness and freedom will never depart from our land. We pray, Adonai God, whose spirit is in all creatures, awaken that spirit with all the inhabitants of our land. Uproot from their hearts hatred and malice, jealousy and strife. Plant among those of different nationalities and faiths who dwell in our nation love and companionship, peace and friendship. May it therefore be your will that our land be a blessing to all who dwell on earth and cause them to dwell in friendship and freedom. Speedily fulfill the vision of your prophets. Nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither shall they learn war anymore. For all of them, from the least of them to the greatest, shall know me. And let us say,
Amen. Amen. Shekar. Beautiful job. We now offer a prayer for the state of Israel on page 289, and Deborah will offer that for us.
Avinu Shabashamayim, Sur Yisrael v'Goalo, Baruch et Medinat Yisrael, Reshit Tzmichat Gulatenu, Hagen Aleha Bevrat Chastecha, Ufros Aleha Sukat Shlomecha, Ushlach Orcha V'Amitcha L'Rasheha, Sareha V'Yotzeha, V'Taknem Be'etzah, Tova Milfanecha, Chazek et Yedei Mignei Eretz Kadshenu, V'Hanchilem Eloheinu, Yeshua V'Ta'atret Nitzachon Te'atrim, V'Natata Shalom Be'aretz V'Simchat Olam Le'Yoshveha V'Nomar.
Amen.
Avinu Sheba Shemayim, stronghold and redeemer of the people Israel, bless the state of Israel, the beginning of our redemption. Shield it with your love, spread over it the shelter of your peace. Guide its leader and advisors with your light and your truth. Help them with your good counsel. Strengthen the hands of those who defend our holy land. Deliver them. Crown their efforts with triumph. Bless the land with peace and its inhabitants with lasting joy. And let us say,
Amen. Amen. Beautiful job. Shekar. Tov. So at this time, we invite all to please be seated. We're going to be beginning the Yizkor section of our service, one of the holiest services and prayers the entire year. Recognize that there are customs for some to leave the davening spaces at this time if your parents are still living. I'll make my annual pitch to say that there are those who choose to stay anyway in honor of Shoah survivors people who perished in the Shoah, who do not have someone to say Kaddish for them, or in solidarity with others who are in suffering. But if you are choosing to leave during this time, I just want to remind you that we will be returning back soon for both a sermon and, of course, soon a Shoah speaker as well. So we invite you to quietly make your way out of the building and a little bit farther away, not to make any noise, and then to return after Yizkor concludes for the remainder of our service. In the meantime, as people are exiting, Rabbi Jenny will lead Nigun.
Ya da 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 ya da 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 ya da ya
So friends, in a moment on page 289, we will begin the Yizkor service formally. But before we do so, our custom here, our minhag at Beth Meyer, is to give people an opportunity to have some quiet time with each of their loved ones, people who we're holding in our heart. So I want to give this as a kavanah, an intention for that special time. Each of us takes precious, sacred time with people who are no longer here. And I want to set it in the following kavanah. This past summer, and Rabbi Jenny noted it in one of her drashot on Rosh Hashanah, we had the gift of doing some hiking. Many of you in the shul also enjoy the outdoors, both locally in our beautiful city and area and other places. And we were traveling in a national park, and in the national park, it had, in this one particular area, was very well, it's not always well marked, this particular was very well marked, and had a sign. And the sign was not so special per se. I kind of glanced at it. The sign dealt with logs and with standing trees. but specific types. And these I'm sure you've seen a million times here in Raleigh, as we are the city of Oaks, or on your own travels and your own hiking. There are, of course, the beautiful trees of different types you see that, expanses and styles and heights and canopies. And then there are the dead trees, right? The ones that no longer have leaves growing on them or have branches, or they kind of, they're miscolored and their bark has changed. Some of them don't even have a top anymore. Some of them fall because of storms. So there's actually a technical term, according to people in forestry, for trees that are still in the forest but are no longer alive. Some of you may know this. Okay, I learned it from this sign. One is called a snag tree, and one's called a nursing log. Well, nursing log makes sense. It's a log that's fallen down and it's just resting in a meadow. And a snag is a tree that's standing up, that you've seen this a million times, but it's no longer alive. It kind of no longer has branches or leaves anymore. It's just kind of like a log in the air, so to speak. So I honestly looked at this sign and thought, who really cares about these names? Like, why does it matter? A dead tree, why is it being given a special thing? Well, the sign went on to say, well, these logs play a special purpose in the ecosystem. The ones that are lying down are actually a space for animals and for mosses and others to hide and make nests and to actually create life from those nursing logs. In fact, it's called a nursing log because it nurses other life inside of it, even though it's no longer living. And so to the standing tree, the snag, the same thing. In fact, you can see sometimes like birds' nests, like they make a hole in that specific tree that's no longer alive. And at the end of this, as we are rabbis, we saw a sermon, okay? And it's specifically for Yizkor. Right? I mean, when I look at the forest, I think when most of us look at the forest, or look at our beautiful area, or even look at these gorgeous windows, we can see the trees. I mean, what we admire, what we see, what catches our eye is the blue of the sky and the green and the amazing pine in the city of Oaks. I mean, that's what makes sense to attract our eye. But what sustains the forest and sustains the ecosystem is actually the trees that are no longer alive, but are still feeding us. I hope the metaphor is pretty clear. There are people that are no longer in this world that they were like bountiful trees at one point. I don't want to riff too much on the giving tree, but I think the idea is profound. There are people that give us their bark and their leaves and their water and their sap and their shade when they were alive. But the truth is, even when they're gone, they're still giving to us. They're not giving to us in the way, frankly, most of us would have preferred, to put it mildly. We'd rather have their boughs and their canopies strong. But when we think of them, when we're in tough life decisions and we hold them, when we hear their voices in our head, when we're in a conversation and we say, this is exactly what my grandmother would have said. She would have said this, and I find myself repeating it. They are still nursing us. They are still feeding us because they are a part of us. So just like the snag tree and the nursing log are no longer giving leaves and creating that type of what we had, during Yizkor, we honor the fact that they are still giving us life. They are still sustaining us, even though it hurts. So in this quiet time, and I've said it before, I'll say it again, the Jewish way is you don't have to be strong. You don't have to pretend like it's not painful. If God created tears, this Yizkor is the reason. That's the reason for tears. This is the time to let it out. And so I invite you in the next few minutes to close your eyes, perhaps to cover yourself in your talit, or just take a moment and just picture the people you're holding in your heart who are no longer here. And maybe in the spirit of that teaching from the forest, maybe there's something or more than one thing you want to take a moment as you picture them to be grateful and thank them that they are still nourishing you. Because even though they are no longer part of the active forest, they still are part of the forest of our heart. And that's what Yizkor is about remembering them and holding them and thanking them for it. So we'll take a few minutes of quiet time for each of us to hold on to those that nourished us, and then we'll continue together on page 289 and 290. page 290. Adonai ma'adam v'tede'ehu, ben enosh v'tichashvehu. Adonai, what are human beings that you take account of them, mortals that you care for them? Humans are as a breath, their days like a passing shadow. In the morning they flourish anew, in the evening they shrivel and die. Teach us to count each day, that we may acquire a heart of wisdom. On page 290 on the left side, Jenny and I will read responsively. Some of us recall parents who watched over us, nursed us, guided us, and sacrificed for us.
Some of us lovingly call to mind a wife, husband, or partner with whom we were truly united in our hopes and our pains, in our failures and our achievements, in our joys and our sorrows.
Some of us remember brothers and sisters who grew up together with us, sharing in the play of childhood and the youthful adventure of discovering life's possibilities, bound to us by a heritage of family tradition and by years of togetherness and love.
Some of us call to mind children entrusted to us too briefly, to whom we gave our loving care and from whom we received a trust that enriched our lives.
So many of us recall beloved relatives and friends whose affection and devotion enhanced our lives and whose visible presence will never return to cheer, encourage, or support us.
Though they are gone, we are grateful for the blessings they brought to our lives. We are sustained and comforted by the thought that their presence in our lives remains an enduring blessing that we can bequeath to others.
We can show our devotion to them by our devotion to those ideas that they cherished.
O God of love, make us worthy of the love we have received by teaching us to love you with all our heart and with all our soul and with all our might, and to spread the light of your divine love on all those whose lives touch ours.
Give us strength to live faithfully, for we are cheered by our confidence that you will not permit our lives to be wasted, but will bring all our worthy strivings to live on, even as we may not see their fulfillment. We invite all now to please rise as the ark is open on page 292. On page 291. We're going to take time in a moment to offer Yizkor prayers for each person's individual circumstance on 291. Take your time to think through and offer a specific mentioning of those you're holding in your heart. But this day, on Yom Kippur, we call to mind specifically those members of our holy congregation who sadly left this world and died during 5782. We hold in our hearts specifically today Roselle Biederman, Ronald Bidwell, Mary Blum, Robert Blum, Harriet Bresenoff, Erwin Flesher, Roger Lang, Barbara Miller, Virgil Mitchell, Bruce Oberhart, Francis Penzler, Myra Robinson, and Joan Sachs. May their memories be for a blessing. We now continue with personal prayers of Yizkor on page 291. Yizkor Elohim Yishmor. Turn now to page 292. I want to note there's a special prayer, an Yizkor prayer on the left side of the page for those who are offering a meditation for a parent in which the relationship was more complicated. That might be an important prayer for some of us to consider. This time we turn to Eilmalei Rachamim, specifically in memory of the 6 million holy souls we lost in the Shoah.
Eilmalei Rachamim, Shochin Bamromim, Hametzeh Menucha Nechona, Tachat Kanfei Ashchina, B'ma'alot Kedoshim U'Te'arim, Kezohar Harakim Azirim, Lenishmot Kol Achienu B'nei Yisrael, Shenitbechu V'Shoah, Anashim, Nashim V'Taf, Shenechneku V'Shenisrefu, V'Shenerku, Shemasru, Et nafsham al Kedusha Hashem, Began Eden Tihimnu Chatam, Anna Balarachamim Astirem Beseter, Kenafecha Leolamim, Utzror B'Torachayim Et Nishmotehem, Adonai Onachalatam, V'yanuchu v'shalom, al mishkavotehem v'nomar Amen.
Exalted, compassionate God, grant perfect peace in your sheltering presence among the holy and the pure, whose radiance is like the heavens, to the souls of all the men, women, and children of the house of Israel who were slaughtered, strangled, and burned in the Shoah. May they rest in paradise. Master of mercy, may they find eternal shelter beneath your sheltering wings. May their souls be bound up in the bond of life. Adonai is their portion. May they rest in peace. And let us say together.
Amen.
We now turn to page 293. As Jenny offers the prayer for all our deceased. Eilmalei Rachamim.
Eilmalei Rachamim, Shochin Bamromim, Hametzeh Menucha Nechona, Tachat Kanfei Ashchina, B'ma'alot Kedoshim U'Te'arim, Kezohar Harakim Azirim, Lenishmot Kol Ele Sheizkarnu Hayom Livracha, שהלכו לעולמם, בגן עדן תהי מנוחתם, ענה ברחמים, הסתירם בסתר כנפך לעולמים, וצרור בצרור החיים את נשמותיהם, Adonai Onachalatam, V'yanuchu v'shalom, al mishkavotehem v'nomar Amen.
Exalted, compassionate God, grant perfect peace in your sheltering presence among the holy and the pure, whose radiance is like the heavens, to the souls of all those we have recalled today. May their memory be a blessing, and may they rest in paradise. Master of mercy, may they find eternal shelter beneath your sheltering wings, and may their souls be bound up in the bond of life. Adonai is their portion. May they rest in peace. And let us say,
Adonai.
Psalm 23.
Mizmor leDavid,
Adonai roi lo esar, v'hinot asher arbitzeni, alei menuchot yenaleni. Nafshi yeshover, nafshi yeshover, yadcheni b'maglei tzedek, leman Shem
echal. Hema yenachamuni, Tarok levanai shulchan, Tarok levanai shulchan, Tarok levanai shulchan, neged zorerai, Dishanta v'shemen roshi, Dishanta v'shemen roshi, Dishanta v'shemen roshi, kosi revaya. Adonai is my shepherd, I shall not want. God gives me repose in green meadows and guides me over calm waters. God will revive my spirit and direct me on the right path, for that is God's way. Though I walk in the valley of the shadow of death, I fear no harm, for you are at my side. Your staff and your rod comfort me. You prepare a banquet for me in the presence of my foes. You anoint my head with oil, my cup overflows. Surely goodness and kindness shall be my portion all the days of my life, and I shall dwell in the house of Adonai in the fullness of time. We say together. Amen.
Together we join in to lift in the shamot of all our loved ones. Kaddish Yatom, page 294.
Yitgadal v'yitkadash Shemei Rabbah, Be'alma divra kirutei v'yamlich malchutei, B'chaye echon uvyom echon uv'chaye d'chol beit Yisrael, Ba'agala ubizman kariv v'yimru Amen. Yehi Shmei Rabbah mevarach le'olam ulamei almaya. Yitbarach v'yishtabach v'yitpa'ar v'yitromam v'yitnaseh v'yitadar v'yitaleh v'yithalal Shmei d'Kedusha b'richum. Le'ela le'ela mikol birchata v'shirata tushbechata v'nechemata damiran bi'alma v'imru Amen. Yehi shlama rabba min shamaya v'chaim aleinu ve'al kol Yisrael v'imru Amen. Oseh shalom imromav hu yaseh shalom aleinu ve'al kol Yisrael ve'al kol Yishvit. Amen. Now concludes our Yizkor service. We now turn to page 296. Prepare for the Sifrei Torah to be turned back to the ark, Aron Kodesh. We continue now with Yahalelu. יהללו את שם אדוני, כי נשגב שמו לבדו. הודו על ארץ ושמיים, וירן קרן לעמו. תהילה לכל חסידיו, לבני ישראל עם קרובו. הללויה, הללויה. לדוד מזמור, לאדוני הארץ ומלואה, תהלל ויושביה, כי הוא על ימים יסדה, ויעננות יכונניה, מי יעלה בהר אדוני, ומי יקום במקום קודשו, נקי כפיים ובעל לבב, אשר לא נשא לשווא נפשי, ולא נשבע למרמה, יישא ברכה בבית אדוני, וצדקה מאלוהי פירושו זה דור דורשיו מבקשי פניך יעקב סלע שאו שערים ראשיכם ושבהינס ובדחי עולם ויבוא מלך הכבוד מי זה מלך הכבוד אדוני עזוז וגיבור אדוני גיבור מלחמה שאו שערים ראשיכם ושאו פתחי עולם ויבוא מלך הכבוד מי הוא זה מלך הכבוד אדוני צבאות הוא מלך הכבוד סלע עץ חיים היא מחזיק עמה ותומכיה מאושר דרכיה השלום השיבנו אדוני אליך ונשובה חדש ימינו כקדם ידי
If everybody may be seated, everyone, as the ark is closed.
Thank you.
Okay, you can close your Mahzorim, get comfortable. It's always very, very hard on Yom Kippur to give a sermon after a drasha, after a Yizkor. It's looking around our holy congregation, seeing the lights in the back. It's such a privilege, and my heart just breaks for all of those who, Jenny and I feel very privileged to know the pain that's in people's hearts, but it hurts us too, and we feel it. And my sermon today is not exactly a light one. It's a heavy topic. I hope I do it justice. And I want to say I'm offering this really, this is the kind of teaching I'm giving back to you, but really it's you that have taught it to me and to Jenny. You've taught it to us. And I'm going to offer it in the style of a question. It's a question that I've been asked numerous times over the years, and frankly, I felt the question was too difficult, too too deep, too much for me to fully understand and grasp, but I'm going to make an attempt this Yom Kippur to address it. And the way that questions work amongst rabbis, and I'm so grateful to be a rabbi of a conservative shul where halakha still has a hold on us, Jewish law, because the way that Jewish law happens, a lot of you know how this works, it's called responsa. It's she'ela u'tshuva. She'elot u'tshuvot. The way it works is that a congregant or a person asks, Rabbi, for example, I'm not feeling well. Do I have to fast on Yom Kippur? That's called a she'ela, formally asking a question of a rabbi. And our job is to answer that question, to give a halachic based on Jewish law, what we research, what it says. And the question I want to focus on today is one of the most challenging questions I've ever faced. And it's been asked by you. What do I do? How do I give a eulogy for a person in which I have nothing good to say? How do I give a eulogy for someone when there's nothing good to say? I'm hearing the microphones going.
Yes, so come on this side. Just come on this side.
Follow the wife. Better?
Yeah,
Okay.
don't-
So before I go, not better?
Just leave it.
Can't leave it. This is how the Solomon house works. You're getting insight. All right. It's good. We need to have a little levity because it's a tough question, okay? So before I get into the tough question,
Your mic.
Yeah.
And you're going to...
Opposite. Better? There is a God. Okay, all right. All right, tough. So, how do you give a eulogy when there is nothing good to say? Now, before I even give this, we got to make it a little lighter, okay? A little lighter. I'm going to tell a true story about this exact process of questions and answers of the rabbi. And I remember this so vividly when I first arrived. An amazing congregant, sadly no longer in this world, may rest in peace, Harry Shearer, who was a long-standing member of Beth Meyer Synagogue, and I believe, if I remember correctly, was in the clothing business and had something in downtown Raleigh or in near areas. And Harry has a remarkable life himself. He actually was born in Germany, escaped, went back to serve as a U.S. military fighting the Nazis in the European theater. And the story he told me, I remember it like to this day, where he said he, as a young soldier, he and a number of young GIs were in Europe, Jewish GIs, and they had a question because it was about to be, I don't remember the exact battle moment, but it was something like the Battle of the Bulge or Normandy. It was some major moment where all these soldiers were going to go forward and sadly didn't know what was going to happen. It was very dangerous. And he said that they gave them rations for a few days because they weren't going to be able to refill their food. And all these young Jewish GIs got together. They opened up their rations and they saw the main source of protein was Spam. And Harry said, not all of us were that religious or that observant, but there weren't a lot of options. This is all they had. They were going to go to this major event. They didn't know what they're going to do. They're 18, 19 years old. So they went to the rabbi. And he told me this question exactly. She'ela u'tshuva. Rabbi, we're going to fight this battle. We need to have food. This is the rations. It's Spam. Anyone doesn't know what Spam is, just know it's not kosher, okay? It's not kosher. So he said, what do we do? So the rabbi said, okay, I got to go look in the books. I got to look it up. They took in the Talmud. What do you say? And he looks it up. And he comes back. I have an answer. Gathered all the Jewish soldiers. He says, here's the answer. Because you need to preserve your life, you are allowed to eat the Spam. However, you can't enjoy it. I want to think the rabbi told us a joke, but I don't know how rabbis are. I don't know. You can't enjoy it. All right, but that is the idea. You ask a question, and a rabbi's job is to try to come up with an answer. And so I want to come back and say, I have seen in this congregation over our years members of our shul who have struggled with this question and have exquisitely found a way. I stand in awe. I offer mainly a listening ear of what to do when you don't know what or have nothing good to say in a eulogy. How do you go about it? People have found a way around it, found a way to say something from the family. It's been excruciatingly difficult, but it's balancing the mitzvah of honoring the person, honoring the deceased, often honoring a mother and father, but also wanting to honor truth and honoring the pain and the wounds at the same time. And so for this reason, I want to address it. Now, I want to say before I give in because I did a lot of research on this. I'm going to try and bring it together as concisely as I can bring it. But I want to be really clear. When I bring what I'm going to say here, I'm not talking about situations of legal, criminal, definitive, abusive behavior by, for example, one's parent. In that case, that's a whole other sermon, and that's not what I'm talking about here. What I'm talking about here are people that they did very, very difficult, even mean-spirited, harsh, rude, insensitive. We could go down the list. Difficult, manipulative, okay? Very, very difficult things, but wouldn't necessarily call it abusive. Maybe it's in the gray, but it's something where you feel that you have an obligation to say something out of respect, but you find it very, very difficult. And the second thing I want to say is, some of you here might be saying, well, okay, well, that's not me. I mean, I don't have that relationship with this. That's never going to happen to me. Well, okay, easy. Not so quick. If there's one thing I know about I've done a lot of funerals, guys. I know what I'm talking about here a little bit, okay? Is that what I'm going to talk about here, yes, it will apply in the case of that where you don't know what to say or don't have anything good to say. But the truth is, at the end, if you listen, I hope, if I do this in a way that you hear the text I bring, it really applies to actually any eulogy at any time. So I'm going to give you three kind of sources. The first two, unfortunately, I don't think they're going to solve our problem yet. They're going to set the table. And the third one, I think hopefully is going to bring it home a little bit here. So here are the first two. So the first thing that I found in Jewish law, specifically about eulogies, in Hebrew called a hesped, what do you do when you need to give a hesped in general? Is it says you should say words that bring, ideally, tears, that break the heart, and speak of the good deeds of the deceased. Now, the first two, break the heart and bring tears, could happen under any circumstance of when you don't know exactly what to say. But speaking of the good deeds, that exactly is the problem. So I want to say the Shulchan Aruch has put out here that we should speak of good deeds of the deceased, but what if you find it extremely difficult to find any good deeds? So in source one, I want to say, we're having a little bit of a challenge, but just hold that for a second. Let's see if we can capture it back a little bit later. Because the second source I looked at, which is always what we look at, is the Talmud. 2,000 years ago, the text of our tradition, what the rabbis put together, they have a whole section in a Masechet, a tractate called Sanhedrin, all discussing what is a hesped, how to do it right, how to do it well. And the question they ask, check this out, is they say, who is the eulogy for? Is the eulogy for the living people, the mourners, and those in attendance to give them comfort? Or is the eulogy for the deceased person to make them honored in the process? Who is it for? Now, for the sake of this sermon, it'd be nice if it was for the living. Because then I could say it's for the living, do whatever you need to do with your eulogy, or don't even give a eulogy because it's for you and not for someone else. And by the way, in Jewish law, in mourning, some of you know this already, a lot of the mourning laws are put in this distinction. Shachve v'chaye. Shachve means the one who's deceased. Chaye, the one who is living. Shiva is for the living. So when I go to and I say often, I'd like you to consider sitting a week of Shiva, but some of you say, for various reasons, I want to sit less days, I want this many, I want it like this, and you're like, Rabbi, can I do that? The answer is, it's for you. Shiva is meant to give you comfort. Therefore, you can decide how you want to sit Shiva based on the tradition. On the other hand, burying a person with the soil, that's not for Chaye. That's actually not for you. That's for the deceased, and you have to do it. Now, I recognize some may say, I don't want to, I can't, I don't have physical ability, but ultimately that mitzvah is for the deceased. It's actually not for you. It's for honoring their body. That's a gift from God. It's not for you. So Jewish law distinguishes, is it for the living or for the deceased? And unfortunately, as the Talmud does, it doesn't give a clear answer to that question. It says, here are the arguments for Shachve, here's Anachaye, could be the deceased, could be for the living. In the end, the Hebrew word is a teku, it's a tie. We don't know. So first the Shulchan Aruch says, honor deceased, it's not really helping so much. Then it says, no, the Talmud's not helping. Okay, so let me give you my third source. My third source is a famous professor, may rest in peace, perhaps the most prominent professor of Jewish history at his time at Columbia University, named Chaim Yosef Yerushalmi. He had the Selo Baron chair. If you know, Selo Baron was one of the greatest scholars of Jewish history before him, and he was the preeminent scholar of his time, really in the 20th century. And he wrote a book called Zachor. He's a great Jewish historian, okay? And in his thing, he said, I devoted my whole life, this beautiful little book, he says, to history. I'm a Jew, I believe in Jewish history, it's all important. But he says, but my whole life mission, I want to tell you, I think on some level, Jewishly, it's a mistake. I think Jews ultimately, hear me out here, this is not me saying it only, it's him too, okay? We don't really care about history, we care about memory. Now you're going to say to me, well, it's during history and memory. Well, Dr. Yerushalmi says it powerfully. History is what actually happened. Why it happened. What were the dates? When did things occur? What caused those things to occur? Who was involved in what occurred? What are the artifacts of what occurred? That's history. And that is an important project. He didn't say it with zero needed. I mean, the Jewish community cares about history. I mean, we care about history, okay? History matters. But religiously, it's all about memory. Remember you were slaves in Egypt. Remember the heart of the stranger because you were once a stranger. Remember the 6 million. It's about remembering. And what we remember is not the same as what happened. You know the whole thing about eyewitnesses? Where are all my law enforcement people? 50% of eyewitnesses who see an event get it wrong. 50%. So just because you have the history right doesn't mean you have the memory right. And in fact, Yerushalmi says, for Jews, more important than history is memory, because memory is how you live your life going forward. History is what happened. Memory is what you're going to do about it. Just to give you one example from the Torah. In the book of Exodus, when we're wandering in the desert, we get the 10 Commandments. The famous commandment is keep Shabbat. Why does God say keep Shabbat in that through Moshe? It says to us, because God created the world in the seventh day. On the seventh day, God rested, so you too shall rest. Tough. But when you get to the back of the book, book 5, Deuteronomy, which is a retelling, Moses telling his memories of the whole story, the 10 Commandments come again. Shabbat's brought again. Why is there Shabbat? In the 10 Commandments. It doesn't mention because God created the world. It says, keep Shabbat. Why? You probably can guess it. Because you were slaves in the land of Egypt and you didn't have freedom over your time. And God wants to keep Shabbat because of freedom of Egypt. You have the freedom to keep Shabbat. The question is, which one is it? Did God create because of creation Shabbat or because of the Exodus Shabbat? Which one is it? Aha. When we were in the desert wandering and didn't have a job, God says, do it because I did it. Okay? Follow me. That's what we did in Exodus. But later on in Deuteronomy, we're about to enter the land of Israel, and we're about to start a society and get a job. God knows that we may struggle with keeping Shabbos. So God says, keep Shabbat there, because remember, I freed you out of Egypt because you were slaves to something. Don't become slaves to your job again. Keep Shabbat for a different reason. Does that mean the first one was a lie? No. They're both true. Shabbat for creation, God did it. Shabbat because we're free from Egypt, God says do it. But which one are we going to hold on to? Which one's going to affect our lives? That's memory. So let's come back to the hesped. A hesped, a eulogy. I don't know if everyone here fully recognizes it. But when that person gets up to give a eulogy, they are making the decision of what is going to be remembered and what is going to be forgotten? What is this person's legacy of memory? And what is the history that's going to be buried in the ground? This famous Confucius saying, man lives, this is how he says it, it's not very gender sensitive, it's old school. Man lives 2 lives. The second one begins when he realizes he has only one. Here's my Jewish take. People have 2 lives. The second one begins when you realize someone else is going to give a eulogy over you. That doesn't apply only to someone who's difficult. That applies to everybody. I knew one person, she wrote out the eulogy she wanted her kids to give. Rabbi, Sheila, do I have to give this? The eulogy, she can't determine from 6 feet under. It's the living person's eulogy. You decide what will be the memory. That doesn't mean that this person, coming back to our situation, did not do things that were frankly horrible, mean, and cruel. But this is the moment where you get to decide what you're gonna say about it. And I have seen people come up here on this bima at Brown Wynn, at Raleigh Hebrew Cemetery, and they have found a way to say, and this is, I want to give a little, what I've seen is, if I have to give I'll give 2 examples of what I think are ways to get there. Is that for most people, not all, but for most people, even when the person was difficult, most people do not know, have no recollection or memory of what their parents were like when they were babies and when they were toddlers. And if you could imagine, at the very least, given all the difficult things they did, painful things they did, they probably changed my diaper in the middle of the night when they had to get up the next morning. They probably fed me the food I asked for when I was hungry. They probably gave me a hug and touched my boo-boo when I was crying. If you can get to that place of trying to see, amidst the challenge, that there was something, and maybe that's the story. Because guys, when the person gives the eulogy and they're speaking out to the crew, the congregation, this is their legacy. You get to decide. You have the power to decide. What's their impact? What will we tell about them? I had people come to me and say, Rabbi, I want to get up there and scream the whole time. I want to get up there and curse them publicly the whole time. By the way, that's a legitimate feeling. It's a legitimate feeling. It's not out of thin air that comes from. But the real power is not in cursing them. The real power is turning whatever they had into something for the future. Maybe even if they didn't intend it. And I've seen and witnessed people do it here. And on this, I'll close. There was a woman, Beth Meyer, a number of years ago, who was dying. She was aging. She was at the actually very, if you haven't been, it's not that you should go, but our hospice, the Wake County Hospice, is a place of such unbelievable holiness. It's, of course, a sad and somber place to be, but it's so beautiful and precious. It's in terms of its care and sacred. It's a holy place. And I went there and met numerous times with the daughter. She was probably in her 60s, and she and her mother had a very contentious relationship. Very difficult. But the daughter, to her total credit, honored her by taking care of her to the end. And we went and met numerous times, me and the daughter, discussing the complexities of her relationship, what she was going to say. At the very end, as many of you know, we have the final Shema. It's a tradition, if we have that opportunity, to go and gather around the person and to say, even if they're not conscious, the final Shema. And there's a place of actually forgiveness where you actually try to forgive each other. And I play a role in that. Well, in this time, I went and I didn't know what she was going to say because she was so angry at her mom. It was like, it was legitimate. It was upsetting. I felt for her. I didn't know what was going to be. And at that last moment, she went onto the bed and climbed up. I can remember it's like yesterday. She climbed to like the edge of it. And she goes right to her ear. And she says, Mom, and her mom, she's not in this world. She's like 1 foot out of this world, right? Mom, we didn't always have it easy together. And we didn't always get along. But I want you to know that I know that your intention, most of the time, your intention was for good. It didn't always land that way, but you tried the best you could. And for that, I thank you. When we go into a eulogy, a hesped for someone, it's been difficult. Ultimately, I would encourage us to try, it is difficult, to try to find a place of even small where we can say, with compassion, you weren't perfect, but I know your intention was good, and I'm going to hold on to the intention. And the story I'm going to say at your eulogy is that your intention was to raise me with love and honor and respect and kindness. So come back. Why is this relevant to all? Because the truth of the matter is Yom Kippur, a day where we rehearse, in a sense, our own death, is we not only think about dying, which for many people is completely legitimately scary and unpleasant, but I want to push you to go one step further. The eulogy. What are people going to say about you? And if you think about that long and hard on this Yom Kippur, who is going to speak? What will they say? What will be the memories they want to pass on about me? And if the answer comes back to you long and hard, that you're not so sure that it's going to be so easy for someone to give a eulogy about you, then this is the day to start making that your life mission. Let me tell you one thing I know for sure. Don't make your eulogy someone's worst nightmare. Let your eulogy speak to the fact that you tried everything you could. And let people remember who you are. Not because they have to go like this around the history, because the history sits right there. But the memory is what remains. May we all live up to the highest level of the eulogy we imagine for ourselves in the year to come. For all of those who have struggled to give those eulogies, I admire you. I dare say our tradition admires you. You have done the highest level of the mitzvah of hesped. What we should learn from that please, all of us, what will they say about us? What will they remember about us? It's actually still in our hands right now in Yom Kippur. So let's get to work. And let's make it easier. And let's make our eulogy shining like the firmament. Gamar Chatima Tova, a Ketiva Tova, a good, sweet new year for all.
We continue now with Musaf on the middle of page 298.
We rise together, Chatzi Kaddish.
Yitkada, Yitkada, Shemera,
Israel Bagala Vizmangari Meru Amen
Yesh Me'olam Evora Le'olam Olam Le'amaya Yitbarach V'yishtabach V'yitbar V'yitromam V'yitnaseh V'yitadar V'yitaleh V'yitalal Shemei Kedusha B'rivu Leila Leila Mikol Birchata V'shirata Tushbechata V'nechemata Damiran Be'ama Be'imeru Amen.
So everybody face the ark or east towards Jerusalem. Page 313, we begin our Musaf Amidah together. The first few prayers through the Kedusha, and the rest in a moment will be done silent.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu Eloi Avotenu Imotenu Eloi Abraham Elohei Yitzchak Elohei Yaakov Eloi Sarah Elohei Rivka Elohei Rachel Eloi Leah Ha'el Hagadol Hagibor Vehanora El Elyon Gomel Hasadim Tovim Vekone Hakol Vezocher Chasdei Avot V'imot Umevi Goel Livnei Bneihem Leman Shemo B'Yahava Misod Chachamim Unevonim Umilemed Dat Mevinim Eftecha Fi B'Tfila U'B'Tachanunim Lechalot U'Lechanein Pnei Melech Malei Rachamim Mochel V'Soleach Lavonim Zochreinu Lechaim Melech Havetz B'Chaim Zochreinu Lechaim Melech Havetz B'Chaim V'Hodveinu V'Hodveinu B'Sefer HaChaim Le'ancha Elohim Chaim Melech Ozer Ufokir Moshiach U'Magen Baruch Atah Adonai Magen Avraham Ufokei Tzara Atah Gibor L'Olam Adonai Mechayim Eitim Atah Rav Le'Hoshia Mechalkel Chaim Bechesed Mechayim Eitim Verachamim Rabim Somech Noflim Verov Vecholim Umatir Asu לעשות ומתומלך מלך עמית ומחיה ומצמיח ישועה מי כמוך אב הרחמים זוכר צורם לחיים מרחמים ונאמן אתה לחיות מתים ברוך אתה אדוני מחיי המתים.
Turn to page 315 for Unatana Tokef, exactly in line with some of the words I shared. It's time to think of our own mortality, think of the sadness, how quickly life can be taken, life can change in just an instant. To be grateful and to live every moment to its height, to recognize that so much is out of our hands. Unatana Tokef, page 315.
ולך תעלה קדושה, כי אתה אלוהינו מלך מוחל וסולח, ונתן את תוקף קדושת היום, כי הוא נורא והיום, כי הוא נורא.
Let us speak of the sacred power of this day, profound and awe-inspiring. Honoring your sovereignty is celebrating your throne from which you rule in truth, is established with love. Truly you are a judge and prosecutor, expert and witness, completing the indictment, bringing the case, and enumerating the counts. You recall all that is forgotten and will open the book of remembrance, which speaks for itself. For our own hands have signed the page.
ותפתח את ספר הזיכרונות ומלאו יקרב וחותם יד כל אדם בו ובשופר גדול ייתקע וקודם המדקה יישמע ומלאכים יחפזון וחיור עד יוחזון ויאמרו הנה יום הדין הנה יום הדין לבכור על צבא מרום בדין לבכור על צבא מרום בדין כי לא יזכו בעיניך בדין וכל באי עולם יעברו לפניך כבני מרון כבקרת רועד רוע מעביר צונו תחת שבטו כן תעביר ותספור ותמנה ותפקוד נפש כל חי ותחתו כתבה לכל בריאה ותכתוב וגזר דינה בראש השנה ייכתבון וביום צום כיפור ייחתמון כמה יעברו וכמה ייבראון מי יחיה ומי ימות מי וקיצו ומי לא וקיצו בראש השנה ייכתבון ביום צום כיפור ייכתבון מי באש ומי במים מי בחרב ומי בחיה מי ברב ומי בצמא מי ברש ומי מגפה בראש השנה יקטמון וביום כיפור יקטמון מי וחניקה ומי ושכילה מי ינוח ומי ינוע מי ישקיט ומי יתעורף מי ישלב ומי יתייסר מי יעני ומי ישיר מי יושפל ומי ירום בראש השנה יקטמון יום צום כיפור יקטמון.
3:16, but tshuva, tefillah, and tzedakah have the power to transform the harshness of our destiny.
ותשובה ותפילה וצדקה מעבירים את רוע הגזרה.
We now turn to the Kedusha, page 317.
כסוד שיח שרבי קודש המקדישים שמך בקודש דרי מראים דרי מטה ככתוב על ינביעך וכרזל זה ואמר קדוש 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 אדוני צבאות מלך הארץ כבודו כבודו מלא עולם משנתיו שואלים זה לזה, היה מקום כבודו לעומתם, ברוך יאמרו, ברוך כבוד אדוני, ממקומו יפן ברחמים, ויכון המייחדים שמו ערב ובוקר, בכל יום תמיד, פעמיים יאהבה, שמה אומרים, שמה ישראל, אדוני אלוהינו, אדוני אחד. הוא אלוהינו, אבינו מלכנו, מושיענו, והוא ישמיענו ברחמיו שנית לעיני כל חי, להיות לכם לאלוהים, אני אדוני אלוהיכם. אדיר עלינו, אדוני אלוהינו, מה אדיר שמך בכל הארץ, והיה אדוני למלך על כל הארץ, ביום ההוא יהיה אדוני אחד ושמו אחד. ובדברי קודשך כתוב לאמור, ימלוך אדוני לעולם אלוהי ציון לדור ודור. הללויה, לדור ודור נגיד קודלך, ונצח נצחים קדושתך נקדיש, ושבחך אלוהינו מפינו לראש לעולם ועד. כי המלך גדול וקדוש אתה ברוך, אתה אדוני
ברוך שמו
המלך הקדוש.
We now turn to page 325 for the great Aleinu. The ark is open. It's customary to go down very few times in the Jewish year. We actually go down all the way and prostrate ourselves before the Holy One, a sense of humility. Invite all who would feel comfortable to find a space in the aisles. This is a chance for each of us, if you're not able to physically, just do it in your heart. What it means to humble yourself to the power so greater beyond us, the great Aleinu L'Shabech.
She ברית שלא עשנו, כגויי הרצון. משפחות אדמה שלא שם חלקנו כהם וגורלנו ככל עמונם ואנחנו קוראים ומשתחווים ומודים לפני מלכי המלכים הקדוש ברוך הוא.
Okay, friends, you may be seated, everyone. We invite Anya Gordon up to the beam at this time. You can once again close your Mahzorim. So, this part of Musaf, tradition is called Ela Eskara. These I do remember. And, you know, on Yom Kippur, the rabbis in their wisdom, they basically said, you know, every prayer we can possibly bring up to God and to kind of force God's hand to accept our prayer and receive us in repentance, let's bring them all out. And El Eskara, if you look in the Mahzor, and perhaps during a break, if you'd like to just review it, it's the traditional readings are reminding kind of God of the greatest suffering our people had back when this Mahzor was put together, which is during Second Temple times. For those who've been to Israel know it well. Sadly, when the temple was destroyed and rabbis were literally on the stake, were burned, and their flesh was removed. It's horrific torture, martyrs of our people. And the idea is, and we mentioned this in Avinu Malkeinu, that God listened to our prayer on behalf, if not because of us, you know, who are we? Listen to our prayer on behalf of those who gave their lives simply for being Jews, for following the Torah, following you. Just please listen to us. And so it's like a prayer. So a number of years ago, a number of congregations began changing and realizing we don't, sadly, need to go back 2,000 years, the rabbis 2,000 years ago, who martyred themselves for just being Jews. We have the Shoah. So what we are going to do here, and we've done every year, and it's been a powerful tradition, is we invite congregants to come forward to offer their personal family stories. At a time when we had more first actual survivors in our congregation, sadly, many of them are no longer in this world, are no longer capable. But we have second generation, and we're just so honored. And I want to remind everyone that speaking these stories is not easy. It takes a lot out of the soul. It's really a prayer, and it's also a sacrifice to the congregation. And I want to just now, before even, I've had the privilege of listening and working with Anya a little and hearing. And she's giving us like a sacred offering this morning. This is a sacred offering about her parents. May they rest in peace, including her father, who sadly just died this past year, both survivors, as well as her own experience of what it means to be a second generation, someone who watched and experienced one's parents trying to recover from that experience. Many of you know Anya and Arthur are pillars of our community in many ways in our city. And Anya, we're so grateful to you for sharing this morning. So I invite us all to have a lot of love and rahmanis and compassion in our heart. I need to do it here? Yes, okay, so make sure the mic. And she needs the step stool. Okay. She's got that Jewish height. Okay, well, the other here.
I won't be able to see you otherwise.
It's okay. She's tall spiritually. That's all that matters. All right. All right, Anya, thank you so much.
Well, when I was preparing for this, I didn't know all the content that was going to proceed. So in a way, I felt like I had to start off by talking about the context that we're here on Yom Kippur to reflect, and why do we talk about the 6 million who died. So following on what the rabbi just said now, giving that beautiful image of the trees in the forest, I also realize as an elder myself how important it is to acknowledge who our ancestors are, who my parents are, and what our heritage is in defining who we are. And I found this wonderful quote by James Baldwin, the American author, and he said, "History is not the past, it is the present. We carry our history with us. We are our history. If we pretend otherwise, we are literally criminals." And certainly the Holocaust is all of our history, not only those of us whose parents managed to live through it. So today I'm going to share with you the survival stories of my late mother and father, Helen and David, who in 1939 were teenagers when Nazi Germany attacked and conquered their home in Poland. I'll also describe how my parents chose to live their lives after the war, after all the deaths and the trauma. As I tell their stories, you're going to hear their own words. I'll quote from my mother's taped reminiscence and from my father's published memoirs, Dangerous Luck, Memories of a Haunted Life, of which there are several copies in the synagogue library if you're interested. I'll also remember and honor my 4 grandparents who were murdered, and the extended family I knew nothing about as I was growing up. I'll reflect on how my Holocaust survivor parents' experiences impacted me, and what it means for me to have this chance to share my story this Yom Kippur. And lastly, I'll describe how all of us living in 2022 are heirs of the Holocaust, and how this inheritance impacts who we are, how we live, and our resolutions for the coming year. In 1939, Poland was home to the largest and most significant Ashkenazi Jewish community in the world, with approximately 3.4 million Jews. My parents didn't know each other before the war. They lived in different parts of Poland. They met after the war in a displaced persons camp in Switzerland, and learned that they'd each managed to survive the Holocaust in the same way, by hiding their Jewish identity and by masquerading as Catholic Poles, and eventually volunteering to be conscripted into the vast Nazi labor prison system, where they sewed uniforms and made ammunition that supported the Nazi war machine. Records show that approximately 12 million non-Jews from 20 conquered European countries were abducted for this work. The Nazis supplied the inmates of these slave labor prisons with enough calories and adequate living conditions to survive, unlike the concentration camps, where the inmates' rations were about 600 calories a day and gave them a life expectancy of just weeks. At the outset of World War II, both my parents and their families were uprooted from their homes and forced to live in crowded ghettos and in rural communities. But around Yom Kippur in 1942, they were each separated from their families. This is the time when the Jews all over Poland were selected, ordered to report to train stations and central squares in their towns, and transported to murder sites in forests and concentration killing camps. My teenage mother and father managed to evade these selections. My mother, Helen Itzkowitz, was the second of 4 daughters, raised in Miechów, Poland, a shtetl about 23 miles north of Krakow. Helen grew up surrounded by a large extended family, with her maternal grandparents living on the same street and many aunts, uncles, and more than a dozen first cousins nearby. Before the war, her shtetl had 2,600 Jews, which was 40% of the population of that shtetl. Helen rarely spoke to us children about her childhood in Poland, but before she died at the age of 63 in 1983, She recorded a tape in which she recounted the story of her survival, and I recently transcribed this tape. German troops occupied my mother's shtetl 6 days after they attacked Poland, which triggered the Second World War in September 1st, 1939. Soon after, the town's 2,600 Jews were crammed into the ghetto in a poor part of the shtetl. Quoting from my mother's tape, "We were still all together in Miechov, although we had to go to the ghetto, but we still had our old apartment, which was not in the ghetto. We were hiding there when there were bad times. The first time the Germans selected everyone, my whole family hid there. I remember it like it was today. I peeked out from the window, and I saw them all passing by. Everybody I knew from Miechov walking to the train station. The German soldiers with guns guarding and leading the Jewish procession. My grandparents, aunts, uncles, and cousins were among them. We never saw them again." End of quote. In her teens, my mother had learned the milliner hat trade since public high school was not available for Jewish teenagers. After the first selection of Jews from the Miechov ghetto, Helen was able to visit the home of one of her milliner customers, Mrs. Klages, a family of German descent living in her town. Quoting my mother again, "The Klageses told me the Germans are taking the Jews and murdering them. They told me that I am young and I should save my life and that I don't look Jewish." My mother had curly blonde hair and blue eyes. "And that I have a chance to survive the war. Her husband, Dr. Klages, obtained for me a forged identification card with my picture and a new Polish name." End of quote. When my mother's family learned that the Germans were going to make a second selection, her father, mother, and 3 sisters hid at a farmer's house just outside the shtetl, while she remained hidden at the Klages' home. Quoting again, "They risked their lives by keeping me there. I was bringing my family food that was supplied by the Klages because they had lots of good food from the special store for German Poles. They were very kind to me, so you see they were good people." End of quote. One evening when Helen was delivering the food to her family, she learned that the farmer where her parents and sisters were hiding had betrayed them to the Polish police, who were collaborating with the Nazis. Her father, Feivel Itzkowitz, was shot and killed, and her family was gone. After the war, Helen learned that her mother and 3 sisters were able to run away. Quoting my mother again, "I was really broken, left all alone. I went back to the Klages' family. We all cried. They cried together with me. They said, 'Listen, you have to be now strong. You have to go and live as a Polish Catholic girl.' And we decided that with the identification card, I should go to live in the big city of Radom. On my identification, it was written that I'd lived in Poznan, a city in western Poland that the Germans took over and evacuated all the Poles. My new name was Helen Jankowska. Mrs. Klages advised me not to speak German at all to anybody because this would give away that I was Jewish. She made me a different hairstyle with braids so I didn't look Jewish. So you can see what a decent person she was. She even gave me her suitcase, gave me her maid to go with her to the train station in Miechov, about a 20-minute walk. And there I bought a ticket to go to Radom. I think about my mother, a young woman of about 20 years old who until that moment had never left her shtetl and family. And now she was all alone in a hostile land, pretending to be a Catholic Pole, a culture that she'd only seen from afar. That evening on the train, Helen began speaking with the married woman sitting next to her, who offered my mother a place to sleep in Radom, on a bed in her own room. For 6 months, Helen lived in and around the big city of Radom. She would work for a week or two, and then she was let go because people could see that she was a Jew, although she vehemently denied it. She said, quoting her again, "It was really very difficult to adapt to being a Catholic Pole because the cultures were so separate. I was now only among Gentile people, and I think I did it very well, but in spite of that, people recognized that I was Jewish." Helen was passed from Polish family to another Polish family around Radom every few days, and then to a family in a nearby town. Quoting her again, "These Polish people, although they knew I was Jewish, they were very nice to me. They were trying to share me with their friends. One day, a German soldier saw me in their apartment and said to the husband, 'Listen, why are you keeping this Jewish girl there in your home?' And the husband said to the accuser, 'You are wrong. She's my wife's cousin.'" End of quote. Right away, they sent my mother to someone else's home. But finally, after 6 months, Helen realized that the hiding and the moving about was getting more difficult, and she couldn't stand the fear any longer. She'd heard that Polish girls were being transported to work in Germany, sewing German military uniforms, which supported the Nazi war machine. At that time, because Helen volunteered under her false Polish Catholic identity, she was able to choose which slave labor prison she went to. And she selected a location in the Austrian Alps, far away from the fighting and the bombings. Quoting her again, "I had to go to Czestochowice, where everyone was assessed before going to the slave labor camps. There were all kinds of examinations there, whether you were well and healthy. Boy, I can't tell you what I went through. And among the Poles, there were all kinds of spies, Polish spies. They were only looking for Jews. And I was really scared to death there, too. I went through there also a hell. I had to go naked to show myself to a German doctor. Can you imagine? And the German doctor looked at me, he looked in my eyes, and he passed me. So thank God for this, and I was on my way to Austria." End of quote. My mother never told us the details of the hell she went through there in Czestochowice, nor of the harrowing experiences during those 6 months of hiding in Radom, in the big city of Radom. From March 1943 until the end of the war in April 1945, Helen worked in a slave labor prison in the Austrian Alps, sewing uniforms on big machines. She was among a group of Polish Catholic girls who were receiving letters from their families, and Helen made up stories as to why her family didn't write her. From time to time, she had to deal with situations where she was suspected of being a Jew. However, on the whole, these last 2 years of the war were less threatening to her. When the war ended, Helen left the slave labor camp, traveled by train to nearby Switzerland, where she was directed to a displaced persons camp for Jews waiting to go to Palestine. And at this DP camp in Trevano, Switzerland, near the Italian border, Helen met my father, David. Of my mother's extended family of grandparents, aunts, uncles, and cousins, only herself, 2 of her sisters, 1 aunt, and 1 cousin survived the Holocaust. Her grandparents, Rose and Shmuel Lauzi, were taken in the first selection from the Miechov ghetto and murdered at Belzec. As I've mentioned, her father, Feivel Iskowicz, was shot on November 9th, 1942, by Polish police when he was found hiding outside the ghetto. My mother's mother, Hinda Itzkowitz, was held for a time at Plaszow, the same holding camp depicted in Steven Spielberg's movie Schindler's List, outside of Krakow. Hinda was then taken with Helen's older sister Sala to Auschwitz and then Bergen-Belsen, where she died of typhus just before liberation in April of 1945. My mother's 18-year-old youngest sister, Fagi, was gassed at Auschwitz in 1943. Of my mother's 12 immediate aunts and uncles and 12 first cousins, only 2 survived. My mother's family members each met terrible ends. Some were shot in the forest near the shtetl. Others starved to death or were gassed at Belzec, Treblinka, and Auschwitz. and several of them disappeared without a trace. Now I'll tell you my father, David's story of survival. In 1939, 15-year-old David lived with his parents Herschel and Sala, their only child, in Lodz, Poland. Lodz, or Łódź, was a large textile center with a population of 700,000 people, of which 300,000 were Jews, about 300,000 were Poles, and about 100,000 were ethnic Germans. According to my father's memoir, just a few days after Germany attacked Poland, he and his parents were awoken very early in the morning to loud noises of crowds in the street. The German troops were coming, the population was fleeing with their possessions in tow. And my father wrote in his book, a decision had to be made immediately. Should we join them? Would we stay or leave? My father and mother were overwhelmed and could not decide, and I felt that the decision lay with me, a boy of 15. I told them that we should stay, and my parents readily agreed. How lucky for us. By noon that day, news trickled through that everybody escaping on the road to Warsaw had been machine gunned down by low-flying German planes. The road was jammed with corpses. Horror stories were told by those few who came back. Many of the local Polish citizens of German origin, at least 100,000 of them, embraced the invaders and reaped numerous benefits from them. However, within days, notices were posted on street corners with new laws for Jews, including that we wear bands of yellow Star of Davids. This allowed Germans to pluck a Jew off the street and force them to work for no pay and torment them and beat them. One day, several Jews were caught on the street and hanged in the central square. They hung there for days, and we were ordered to go and see them. We were overwhelmed. The Germans were supposed to be cultured people. End of quote. The restrictions against the Polish Jewish population got increasingly worse. Food was rationed for Jews. Long queues formed at dawn at stores, and after hours of waiting, they often found there was no food left in the stores. My father wrote again, that fall in 1939, the western part of Poland, including Łódź, was declared part of the German Reich, and it was announced that Łódź would soon become Judenrein, clean of Jews. Soon after, a new notice declared that any Jew wishing to leave Łódź would be moved free of charge to small towns in the remaining Jewish territory. I urged my parents to take this opportunity, knowing that in times of war, food was more available in the countryside. After much debate, I prevailed, and in early 1939, we were crammed into a cattle car train to the Polish interior. We soon learned this was a stroke of good luck, for soon after we left, the Łódź ghetto was established in the city's slum district that trapped the entire Jewish population behind the ghetto walls. End of quote. From December 1939 to October 1942, David lived with his parents in two small shtetls near Lublin. At first, the German presence in these small towns was minimal. The little town's Judenrat, appointed by the Germans to administer their orders over the Jewish population, were in no position to resist the Germans. If they did, they would be shot. They had to cooperate. David was forced by the Germans to chop wood and clear snow from miles of roads for no pay. One morning while he was working, a guard unexpectedly approached him and hit him hard in the face, breaking all his upper teeth. In the spring of 1941, David received permission to work as a farmhand for a local farmer, where he was compensated with food for his parents. However, sometime later, the local Judenrat sent him, rather than their own sons, to a German labor camp for Jews only, where the conditions were extremely harsh. David, now 17 years old, along with other Jewish teenagers, built fortifications along the Vistula River. Life there was awful. The work was backbreaking, moving earth in wheelbarrows for 8 hours a day without stop, often under the hot sun. Inmates had to line up for roll calls at any time during the day or night and stand there for hours. Food provisions were very meager, just bread in the morning and thin soup in the evening. Bunks were shared. One night, my father's bunkmate, Shlomo, didn't return to their bunk, and it occurred to the others that perhaps he had escaped. What followed is in my father's own words. Quote, "Next morning at daybreak's roll call, Shlomo was there tied to a post in the center of the square. With us all standing in rows, we watched as an SS guard approached Shlomo, hit him hard over the head with a metal bar, and continued to hit him in other parts of his body with slow, measured strokes. Shlomo cried out. Then he lost consciousness. His body jerked several times and settled lifeless. The guard put Shlomo's dead body on a wheelbarrow and paraded it in front of all of us to show us up close his distorted facial features soaked in blood." End of quote. In the evenings, the German guards liked to amuse themselves by commanding the inmates to run into the marshes near the river and submerge their bodies and heads in the water. If their heads were visible above the surface, the Germans would have fun by using the heads for their target practice. 2 of my father's friends lost their lives this way. David realized that he would not last long at this labor camp. He made friends with another Jewish prisoner who was a doctor and was managing a makeshift clinic at the camp to prevent epidemics. David wrote in his memoir, "I noticed a boil on my forehead, and this gave me an idea. I squeezed it to get some blood and stained a piece of cloth with it. I took a risk and went to my doctor friend saying that I had coughed up blood. Checking my lungs, he understood my plan, and he diagnosed tuberculosis with recommendations for discharge. I was released. The next day, I was on a horse-drawn cart heading back to my parents. It was a beautiful spring morning. Never again would I experience the exuberance and joy of freedom as I did on that day. Looking at the trees and flowers, the fields covered with germinating crops, birds singing, the sky and the sun created a divine sense of happiness and bliss within me." End of quote. David was reunited with his parents and resumed working at the farm for a few more months. But rumors were spreading of Jews in neighboring towns being rounded up, shot, taken away on trucks and cattle cars. On October 15th, 1942, German soldiers surrounded the little shtetl where my grandparents, Herschel and Sarah, lived. When David heard this news from his farmer, he realized he couldn't continue to work. The farmer would have been killed for harboring a Jew. Returning to the shtetl was not an option, since he would also have been trapped and swept up with the other Jews. There was no chance for a final goodbye to his parents. David knew that they would have wanted him to survive. How my grandparents met their end is unknown. My father never found a trace of them when he searched for them after the war. Now, almost 18 years old, David was on his own. He ran from the farmer into the surrounding forest. He was scared. For several weeks, he wandered around the Polish countryside looking for the partisans that were rumored to be in the woods doing guerrilla raids against the Germans. Winter was coming with freezing weather. David realized that he wouldn't last long living in the forest, and he didn't find any partisans, and in fact heard later that they were also killing Jews. While hiding in the forest, David met a farmer who told him that Polish men and women were being recruited from the region to work in Germany, supporting the Nazi war machine. With no other realistic options available, David decided to pretend to be a Catholic Pole and risk volunteering. He wrote that he might be safer in the lion's den than elsewhere. And without any documents or birth certificates, he decided to take the name of a Polish boy he knew in the village, in case the name was checked. When he arrived at the German recruitment office in a nearby town, David saw German soldiers surrounding a group of young people wearing yellow stars. He mustered all his courage, walking past them, and stepped into the recruiting office. Few questions were asked. His explanation for volunteering accepted. He was handed a slip of paper with his new name on it. He was, as he wrote, no longer a Jew. He was now Mieczysław Wasko. David was then taken to Lublin to be processed for work in Germany, an experience similar to my mother's. David's next obstacle was passing the medical inspection, where his circumcised penis would expose his true identity. Poles were never circumcised. Only Jews circumcised their sons following the covenant between Abraham and God. My father used his last zloty currency to bribe another Polish boy he met, to go forward to the exam in his place. My father said he wanted to hide a disability he had which would prevent him from being selected. When David's new false name was called, the boy looked the other way and betrayed him. My father had no choice but to step forward. He wrote, quote, "A helpless resignation descended over me." After showering with the group of conscripts, David joined the line of naked teenagers. When his turn came, my father wrote that he forced a relaxed expression on his face and stepped close to the inspecting doctor's table, obscuring his penis. The doctor barked, "Stand back." He looked at David, he looked him over, he said, "Okay, next." My father wrote, I moved on overwhelmed with relief. I was going to remain alive a while longer. Why did he pass me? Did he not notice? Was he just a decent man? Or maybe he simply didn't care. End of quote. David joined the conscripts on the train to the slave labor prison in eastern Germany called Lager Vogelgesang, Camp Birdsong. Several months after his arrival, a new group of conscripts arrived with a teenager from my father's old village who knew the real Mieczysław Wasko. This new arrival realized that David was a Jew and threatened to reveal him if he didn't give him all his bread, margarine, and cigarettes. My father wrote, I realized there was no point denying that I wasn't Wasko. I knew I had to be tough. The crime stories I read before the war described how to handle a blackmailer. I replied, go and tell the Germans, I will escape and I'll come back to our village after the war is over to kill you. And if I give you all my food, I would die and you would have nothing. So why not be friends and I'll give you my cigarettes? And the blackmailer grudgingly agreed and kept David's true identity a secret for years. From November 1942 to May 1945, David survived at Camp Vogelgesang with many near misses and challenges. He spoke German to the guards, which may have revealed that he was a Jew. However, fortunately, the old German foreman came to rely on him to translate his orders to my father's Polish countrymen. David's first job was working outside in winter, moving frozen soil to bury the newly constructed ammunition bunkers. None of the workers were given warm clothes, so they all suffered from the cold. One day, the old German foreman mentioned to David that he needed painters to work inside the bunkers. Then my father told the old guard that he himself had done lots of painting before the war, and so David was transferred to the warm inside job painting with Italian prisoners who were singing operas and arias as they painted. Although my father enjoyed the painting, the sulfurous fumes in the bunkers gave him headaches. One day, David happened to mention to the German foreman that he had studied drafting and mathematics before the war in a technical school. The German firm overseeing the bunker's construction was short on draftsmen, as most skilled German men were fighting on the front lines. After being tested by the chief foreman, David began working in a small office in the middle of the forest of this slave labor camp, where he had his own room to work in. For the next 2 years, my father worked alone, calculating the dimensions of bunkers to be constructed and determining the quantities of building materials needed. David was able to do the required work with plenty of time left over, and towards the end of the war, he was able to subscribe to an English language study program, and he filled his extra time learning English. My father was also an amateur portrait artist, and he found extra jobs painting portraits from pictures of the German foreman's sons who were fighting on the front. For this, David received extra rations of superior quality from the Germans' canteen. With these extra calories, my father gained strength. On the morning of May 8, 1945, David and his fellow slave prisoners woke up to find the German guards gone. The war was over. With his Polish prison mates, he decided to return to Poland. However, on their way, his group was attacked by returning Russian soldiers who stole their meager possessions. After a sleepless, soul-searching night, David decided to leave his prison mates and on his own retraced his steps back west to the Russian-American demarcation line. He learned that relief agencies for surviving Jews were to be found near the town of Weimar at the Buchenwald concentration camp. There, my father witnessed firsthand the fates of his fellow Jews, seeing human bones still in the ovens, piles of corpses, and ghost-like emaciated people wandering around. I have a picture he got there of lampshades on display made of Jewish skin. After interviews with social workers from the United Nations Restitution and Relief Agency, David was accepted to go to Switzerland, where he ultimately arrived at the displaced persons camp near Trevano, where my mother had found herself. After the war, my father never met a single person he knew in Lodz. He never learned the fate of his parents. They were most certainly murdered. 8 out of every nine Polish Jews were murdered. If we were to count off all of us sitting here today, each taking a number from 1 to 9, only the 9th person would survive. 8 of the 9 would have been murdered. We call Jews who were still alive in May of 1945 Holocaust survivors. However, on hearing their tales of survival, we learned that each day they skirted death, and those who remained alive at the end of the war were exceedingly lucky. The mass murder horrors of 6 million European Jews were too terrible to be believed, but they were not too terrible to have happened. My father wrote in his memoir, why did I survive when so many perished? Was it fate? Was it the hand of God, or just good luck? I was not any better than those who were killed. I do not believe that I was predestined to survive. There's no answer to why did I survive? It just happened, and I was lucky to have dodged death, and I'm here to tell my story. Those who perished are not here, and in their silence, they left a great void. Once the war ended, my parents were able to settle in Canada and live full and successful lives. And although Helen and David did return to their real Jewish names after the war, they didn't want their Holocaust experiences to define who they were. They didn't talk about their past. They were living their lives, and they did their best to embrace their opportunities as Canadian citizens. They spoke good English, however, with distinctive accents. And I recall my mother's acquaintance asking her where she was from originally. And Helen declared proudly, with pluck, that she was Canadian. The follow-up question was, but where was she born? My mother insisted she was Canadian, and that was that. My parents didn't want their community to know that they were Holocaust survivors. In fact, when I was growing up in Ottawa, Canada, our family story was that our parents were immigrants from Poland, no mention of the Holocaust. The logic being that since Helen and David didn't have concentration camp numbers tattooed on their arms, they weren't Holocaust survivors. My parents' decision to shed their past lives was understandable. For at least 25 years after the war, until the late 1960s, the public didn't want to know or hear about the Holocaust. It was just too awful. Who could believe that such things could happen? And even in the newly founded state of Israel, survivors were shunned because the community thought they were like sheep going to slaughter, not fighting back. Being a Holocaust survivor was a stigma then. Surviving the Holocaust, each of my parents were fortunate to have had some control over their fates, however dangerous. They avoided the selection roundups of Jews that brought them to death camps. Studies of Holocaust survivors' adaptations after the war tell of two general types. Those who fought as partisans, hid, or somehow evaded entrapment generally managed differently after the war than those Jews who were caught, interned in death camps, and violated. This second group of victims were more likely to have had their spirits broken, while the fighter evaders had more confidence in their ability to find a positive path forward. Helen and David met at a displaced persons camp, and Switzerland offered my father a chance to recapture schooling that wasn't available to him as a Jew in Poland. Before the war broke out, David did manage to attend a private technical high school for 1 year by working as a tutor to earn the required tuition for the 2 prior years. In Switzerland, David obtained scholarships from American Jewish organizations, and he did his 3 years of high school in a single year, a feat he spoke about proudly until the end of his life. He then qualified to study at the Zurich Polytechnic University, the ETH, which was Europe's MIT, the same level, where he earned a Master's of Electrical Engineering. Within 6 years of arriving in Canada in 1951, within 6 weeks of arriving, my father was hired by the Canadian government's National Research Council, where he worked for 32 years, his entire career. In 1960, our family, now 3 children, returned to Switzerland for a year while David completed his PhD. Upon returning to Canada, my father changed the direction of his research from engineering to applied physics, where he performed seminal research on ultrasound as a medical diagnostic tool, on capacitors, on color theory and liquid crystals, publishing over 70 scientific papers on his research. In the mid-1960s, becoming frustrated with the limiting office politics at Canada's National Research Council, David started investing in real estate on the side to obtain financial freedom from his day job. He and my mother, Helen, bought homes and mostly farms around Ottawa, which they then rented and later sold. And they developed 2 of these properties into an industrial subdivision and a residential suburb. In addition, my father designed our home, had it built, and then added 12 additions to the house over the years. that he himself designed. He was also an accomplished visual artist, painting in acrylic and oil, as well as creating beautiful sculptures. And when I was 16, my father accompanied me to a yoga class that was being held in my ballet studio. Then, yoga was this exotic, foreign religious path, not the mainstream Americanized version that we know today. David loved yoga. He qualified as a yoga teacher and taught yoga at our local high school evening adult classes for at least 25 years. And he spent many winter and spring holidays at Paradise Island Yoga Camp in the Bahamas. Swami Satchidananda of Yogaville was my father's friend, and we have pictures of him visiting our home. My mother, Helen, started an import business of watch straps from Switzerland soon after arriving in Canada. And for their first years in Canada, Helen was making more money than my father earned as a research scientist. In her later years, she became a batik artist, which gave her much pleasure. My parents traveled the world, often taking ski holidays in Switzerland. They toured Europe, South America, and the Orient. And when I was 12 years old, my mother was diagnosed with advanced breast cancer. As a Holocaust survivor, she brought all her survival skills to her hopeless diagnosis. With periodic setbacks, she surpassed all predictions and lived until I was 30 years old. During her years of sickness, my mother's strength of character and maturity in the face of this horrible disease inspired me and continues to give me strength. David retired at 62 years of age and took many courses in art history and classical music at the University of Ottawa, where he later established a prestigious annual lecture series called the David Mako Lectures on Tolerance and Intolerance. This annual lecture series featured world-renowned scholars, among them Martin Gilbert, who was Winston Churchill's official biographer, Rosalie Abella, a Canadian Supreme Court justice, and Charles Taylor, a prominent Canadian political philosopher. David also made a significant donation to the Weizmann Institute in Israel, where he had done a month sabbatical in 1968. And as Rabbi Solomon mentioned, he passed away last year at the age of 97 and a half years old, so he had a very long life. I recall an animated exchange I had with my father when I was in my late 30s. I challenged him that his life and death trauma, surviving the Holocaust as a teenager, losing everything and everyone he knew, would affect him, leave him somewhat scarred or wounded. He countered forcefully that the experience didn't harm him, but made him stronger. My father would not acknowledge to being vulnerable or hurt. Rather, he graciously met the challenges that his life presented him. Obstacles were not burdens, and he was a truly modest man who acted rather than talked. After the Holocaust, Helen and David lived full lives. They raised 3 children, and they benefited from Canada's free society, and they made contributions to the Canadian society. And to me, their memory is truly a blessing. Now, very briefly, I'm going to have some reflections on being a child of Holocaust survivors. I was born 7 years after the end of World War II and the Holocaust, and just a year and a half after my parents emigrated to Canada. As I look back on my youth, I can now clearly see that life was pretty tough for my parents. After the trauma of the war, and as new immigrants to Canada, they were all alone in a new culture. What little families survived lived in other cities a long drive away, and so there was no family around to offer my parents support when times were tough. My older and younger brothers were named for our parents' fathers. My older brother Henry was named Herschel for my father's father, Herschel, and my younger brother, Philip, was named for my mother's father, Fievel. And I was named for my mother's mother, Hinda, which name became Anya. And so my mother's name for me was always Mamala or Mummy. I remember only 2 or 3 times in my youth when my mother told me about her mother, when we'd be baking together in the kitchen. Helen's large extended family of cousins, aunts, uncles, grandparents had no presence in my childhood. Us 3 children were not loved and spoiled by grandparents, nor mentored by aunts and uncles. Rather, these family members were never mentioned. I didn't know their names, nor in fact that they even existed. A common symptom of unresolved grief, which my parents likely suffered from, is an unwillingness to speak about loss and the keeping of secrets. And in some ways in Canada, I feel like my parents continue to hide, to keep to themselves, and to pretend to be someone they weren't, as they were forced to do surviving the Holocaust. I do believe, however, that these 26 close relatives who were murdered were remembered by my parents. I suspect that these murdered family members were alive in their souls, and that they were present to my parents, but invisible to us children. I've reflected that our home was full of ghosts that I didn't know were there. I'm thankful to Rabbi Solomon for inviting me to share my parents' survival story with you today, a story that has been in many ways our family's secret. This reflection, now as I am a 70-year-old woman, has allowed me to again witness and acknowledge my teenage parents' courage and strength surviving the massacre of European Jewry. As a descendant of this horror, my very existence is due to their cleverness and luck. And I mourn my missing peers whose parents were among the 6 million murdered. The Holocaust amputated European Jewry from the body of the Jewish people, reducing our numbers by 1/3. There were 18 million Jews in 1939 and only 12 million in 1945 at the end of the war. In 2020, there was an estimated world population of Jews of 14.8 million, which is just 1/5 of 1% of the world's population. So in closing, Yom Kippur is our day of reflection. Why are we remembering the 6 million? How are they relevant to our personal self-examination and affirmations? On the U.S. Holocaust Museum website, the voice of a survivor says, quote, "Memory is what shapes us. Memory is what teaches us." The voice continues, "The Holocaust was perpetrated by Germans who were a civilized and scientifically advanced culture that descended into social collapse, world war, and mass murder. Germany's democracy was usurped by Hitler, who convinced most Germans to believe that only Aryans should live and prosper, and that Jews and other undesirables should be killed. Most Germans and conquered nationals joined in the murdering. Killings too brutal to be believed. Bystanders and former neighbors stood by and did nothing." End of quote. May our aspirations for the coming year be to act against all wrongdoing. Today's threat to American democracy, the climate crisis causing hunger and mass migration of refugees, the war in Ukraine, and so much more. And we're all sobered by the rising tide of anti-Semitism in the world. By remembering the dead, we sanctify life. We remember our victims of the Holocaust by not being silent. Concluding, I wish to quote from Elie Wiesel's 1986 Nobel Prize acceptance lecture. We must always take sides. There may be times when we are powerless to prevent injustice, but there must never be a time where we fail to protest against injustice. The single most important lesson of Yom Kippur is that it's never too late to change, start again, and live differently from the way we've done in the past. God forgives every mistake we've made so long as we are honest in regretting it and do our best to put it right.
Amen. Anya, thank you so much for your... We're so deeply grateful, Anya, for your sharing, for opening up your heart, for the lessons not only of your parents, may they rest in peace, but of your own life as well, and the inspiration at the end of your prayer. You give us a tremendous gift. We are incredibly grateful, and in their memory, we offer this.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Anya. Thank you so much. Friends, we are going to conclude our service with Kaddish Shalem. Jay, is that right? What page is Kaddish Shalem on?
359.
359.
Yitkada v'yitkada
Shemei Rabbah, Amen. Be'alma livrach yirutei, Nim malchutei, V'hayichonu v'yom echad, Hayilecho Beit Yisrael, Ba'agala u'bizman gadi, V'niru Amen. Shemei Rabbah, Shirata, Zvechata, Venechemata, Miran Mialma, Vimru, Amen. Titkabel Zeloto, Oto Necho Yisrael, Kadam Avuhot, Nivishmaya, Heru, Amen. Shalom Rabba, Min Shemaya, Ve'yoko Yisrael, ay, 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 ay. Amen. Ose shalom bimroma, yase shalom, hallelujah. Okay, Tov, Chevra, we've concluded our morning service at 2 o'clock. Tov, we are going to continue with some study sessions. They'll take place
chapel
in the
and
chapel.
on Zoom.
So it's already 2:05. So
Yep.
if you start
there'll be a
slight gap, and I'll start in a few minutes. Okay. We have from 2 to 4. Also on Zoom, 4 o'clock. Wisdom Circle also on Zoom. You can gather in the Beit Tam if you're here on campus. 5:45 Mincha, 6:45 Ne'ilah, and 7:34 is the end of Yom Kippur. At the end of service here, we invite our custom at Beth Mar, our minhag, is to open up the ark and invite those who would like to offer personal prayers for the ark, either individually or as families or friends. So invite everyone as you could, as quietly as you can, to make your way out of the sanctuary if you don't plan to going in front of the ark. But if you do plan to go to the ark, I will open the ark in just a moment, and we'll begin to line up in the row here, if you'd like, in the middle section, to come and offer personal prayers. Wish everyone a Gamar Chatima Tova, a good sealing. We hope to see you back for Mincha, Ne'ilah, for study sessions, Wisdom Circle, etc. Ya 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 So Chevra, I invite you to make your way out of the sanctuary, these spaces, to make them as quiet as you can, as we invite some special time for people to come before the open ark. So I invite you to make your way out. As Rabbi Jenny opens. Shana Tova, Gamar Chatima Tova.
There's no steps. I'm going to get my bag, and then we're going to walk around.